Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Virtual School Summit, the 2023 edition from BKK Kids and now Chiang Mai Kids as well. Here live, you could be checking us out on Facebook. You may also be checking us out on YouTube right now, which we hope you'll use both those channels. I'm going to take a few minutes here to get everybody into the room who, we have like something like 1,200 people or something like that who have registered for this summit. So I'm looking forward to hoping, some of those people will be showing up and joining us today. I'll introduce myself while we're waiting. My name is Stephen Laddick. I'm the director over at BKK Kids. And, we've been doing this for a couple of years now. I think this is the third time we've done it. And I'm excited to be here with you. Just as, people come into the room and I can see, starting to see people join us, it would be great if you would tell us where you're joining us from. So what part of the universe are you from? Are you in Thailand? Are you in Malaysia? Are you in New Zealand? Are you in Singapore? Are you in Korea? Where are you from? We know that we've had people register from all over the globe, actually, but many obviously in Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, etc. So throw it in the chat there. If you're in Facebook or if you're in YouTube, you should be able to tell us where you're from. And I want to, I see Cheryl there in Bangkok. Welcome. Great to have you. Anybody else out there would like to, throw it into the chat there and just tell us where you're from. It'd be great to see it. We have a bunch, more than a bunch. We have a whole lot of schools that we're going to be talking about today and tomorrow. So this is a 2-day summit. For the next 4 hours or so, we're going to be hearing from schools that have a British curriculum, right? So you can see on the screen there, these are all of the schools that are going to be presenting over the next 2 days. But today we're going to be talking about the schools with a British curriculum. So you see them on the screen there. I'm not going to rattle them all off now because I'm going to let them all introduce themselves. And we have videos that are tied to each of them. And really the best part about this is that we actually have live human beings here who are interested in answering your questions and talking to you as well. So this is a really interesting and fun opportunity for you to, interact with all of these schools. As you can see there on your screen. Who am I? Here I am. Finally, you finally see my face. This voice has been talking to you now. So again, my name is Stephen Laddick. I'm the director of BKK Kids. I'm going to, give a few more minutes for people to come into the room, get settled. Pan, you're in Taiwan there. Thank you so much for letting us know that over on YouTube there. I see more and more people coming into the room, which is great. And, one of the other things I want to mention while we're doing this is that we have a couple of great resources that, if you're a parent, maybe looking at a school right now, if you are someone who's maybe moving to Bangkok and you're looking for, what is it, what school am I looking for? How does it, how do my needs and the needs of my family and my children tie into what's available in Bangkok? I encourage you to come over to bkkkids.com or chiangmaikids.com and look at the 2023 BK Kids International School Guide. This is something that we've been doing for a decade now. It's a publication that we're extremely proud of. There are 150 pages of some odd of every possible, school in the Bangkok area and now outside of the Bangkok area. That, it gives you details, it gives you curriculum, it gives you tuition, it gives you extracurricular activities, all of the information that you could possibly need is in this guide. So and turns out it's free. So all you have to do is go over there, throw your email address in, and we will send you that guide for free. Also, as people are coming in the room, another way to, we all know the experience in Thailand, the experience in Bangkok is deeper when you actually are having fun with your family. And so we've also created the 2023 BKK Kids Activities and Camps Guide. I'm lucky enough to have 3 kids, and I know what it's like to, what are you going to do on the weekend? What are you going to do on the school breaks and the holidays? What are you going to do, when it's time for those kids to not be in school? There are tons and tons of activities and camps and, fun things to do all around the city of Bangkok, but also all around the country of Thailand. And we have put together a guide. We had one in 2022. Our 2023 edition is coming out soon. We're pretty excited about that. Final thing I'm going to say before I introduce our first school is we have some giveaways today. So as you're coming in, I want to also say, welcome to Natalie Rusi. You're Canadian living in Bangkok. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Again, if you're just joining us right now, Facebook or YouTube, tell us where you're from. We'd love to know what part of the universe you're dialing in from. Again, get to show my age there because nobody dials in anywhere anymore. But let us know where you're from because we like to just see. We know that we have more than something around 1,200 people that signed up for this summit. As you're watching today, everyone is entered to win some of these promotions. So we have these $50 gift certificates from Amazon. So as we're going along, listen, there's some questions. There are some really cool things that you can learn about each of these schools. And so we'll be giving away several of these $50 gift certificates to Amazon for those who are participating in our event here. We also have several for those of you who live in the Bangkok area or are going to come visit or whatever. We have 8 tickets to give away to Vananava, which is an absolute fantastic water park that you can take your family to. It always gets huge rave reviews, and so we're really excited to be able to give away 8 tickets to Vananava. And then my personal favorite is this giveaway right here, which is the So Bangkok. We're actually giving a one-night giveaway, and this is we all know that it's wonderful. We love having our families. We love, having our kids out there, but sometimes you need an adult night away. Sometimes you need, a little escape. And this is an opportunity to do that on us here at BKK Kids, just for participating in this summit. So we are, coming into 5 minutes now into the summit already, and I want to get us started. I see more and more people coming in. I really thank you. Just one last request or one last ask for everyone who has joined us. Please, throw your name and where you're from in the chat there. Tell us, you have the opportunity to interact with the people who are going to be presenting with these schools. And so, take this opportunity that you have right now. Ask them a question, dive deeper, learn more about the school that you're interested in. And let's make this the most valuable time that we possibly can. So I'm going to get us started now because I see my guests are already in the green room waiting for me here. And the first school that I'm going to introduce is this right here. Bangkok Patana School. All right. Bangkok Patana is Thailand's first and largest British international school for students from 2 to 18 years. This not-for-profit school has remained at the forefront of education in Thailand for over 60 years and is today one of the most respected educational establishments in Southeast Asia. They provide learning from the foundation stage right through to senior studies for over 2,200 students from around 65 countries. The school follows the English national curriculum up to year 11 and the International Baccalaureate in years 12 and 13. Bangkok Patana School is committed to ensuring that you, as a parent, have the confidence that your children are receiving the best intellectual, physical, and social preparation for their futures. Now, to get us started today, I'm very, very excited to welcome Miss Sarah McCormick to the screen here. Shazam, and we have it. We've both arrived in the same screen at the same time. How are you today, Sarah?
I'm very well, Stephen. Lovely to see you this morning. And we are very much honored to be your first guests at today's virtual summit.
100%. So I know that we're going to watch a video about your school here in a few seconds, but give us, the 15, 20 seconds of what does it mean to be at Patana? What does it mean to be of this school?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, you gave a really good introduction in terms of what our school represents. We are the oldest and biggest British international school in Thailand. But I think if you were to ask me one word that sums up our school, that is community. So even though we are big, we're a big school. We have nearly 2,300 students on roll. We pride ourselves on belonging. We pride ourselves on a sense of community and knowing everybody in our care. And that's not just our students, that's our parents and also our staff.
Fantastic. Talk to me about how do you make that community real? So 2,300 students, how does one feel like I am both a part of that larger institution, but then having my own experience at the same time?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it comes in many different levels. I'm actually fairly new at the school, so this is only my second academic year at Patana. I came from Ireland, where I was leading a school there. And one thing that was very interesting for me is I'm not only a teacher, I'm also a parent in the school. But my first experience of Patana was actually remote. So before I came on board with the school, I'd never been to Patna. I'd been to Thailand historically, but I'd never actually been on the school campuses. And I think what the school is very good at is understanding every student's needs. So from the minute you are welcomed by our admissions team, you really get a sense that people care for your story, they care for your family. And that's carried through it in everything we do. So obviously in terms of induction, in terms of the parent support, parent workshop, parent seminars. That's one way that we support our families. But it's the little things as well. It's the everyday introductions and hellos at the school gate. We have an open door policy, so parents are able to come into the classroom, into the school buildings, and parents are even able to come and have lunch with their student every single day. And that's one thing I've never seen in any school before. And it's really that sense that parents are partners, and that we mean it, and that everything we do is there to support the child.
Give me, I hope this isn't a curveball, but like how many parents come to have lunch with their kids? I'm really interested in
Hey,
that.
you'd be surprised, actually.
I know
Yeah,
most of us are working parents. Most of
yeah,
you have full
yeah.
lives. I'm like, how many people can actually stop off over at Patana and be like, hey, I'm going to have lunch with are there
Well,
like regulars that come, or is it?
there are, and I think there's always so much happening in the school day. So today, for example, we've got a sporting activity happening for our younger Key Stage 1 students. There's also a music workshop happening for our parents. So you can quite easily find that you've spent a whole morning in the school, and then it's easy just to pop to the canteen and join your child for lunch. May pop off and do a couple of errands and come back for school pickup. So you'd be surprised.
That sounds fantastic. I know, every time I'm able to go and, present for, one of my children's, like in their class to do something, or their eyes just light up and they really, we talk about it
Absolutely.
for a day. And so it's
Yeah,
always great
yeah.
being able to come in and feel like you can participate, because I know that's a little more difficult at some of the more like the off campus schools and those kinds of things where parents can't come every day. That's really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of our biggest questions really is, what does my child do in the school day? And it's very hard for us to describe all of the interactions and how important every moment is for a child, from their classroom learning to the playground activities. But by having parents on site, they can see all of those interactions. For example, last Friday, I ran a assembly, which is a normal part of school life. But in the post-pandemic world, we've looked for opportunities to invite our parents in. So parents can now come and join our assemblies. And that's a really special time for parents to come in and see the messages that we're giving the children. They're normally around our school values, but it allows for that mimicking, that mirroring of the messages that we're giving in school can also be shared at home as well.
Talk to me. I'm going to change the course of our conversation here just a little bit. Talk to me about academic rigor. So, it's one thing to belong at a school. It's one thing to be a part of it. How do you, put your curriculum on the table for parents? How do you, let them know that their children are being assessed in a way that's both, rigorous, but also humane? And, what are parents' expectations around that from you?
And I think in primary settings, that's always a really interesting question. And, we do advocate fun and engagement for our students and motivation and a love of learning. And sometimes that is in contrast with perhaps more of the not humane, to use your terminology, assessment practices. So really it's getting the balance right. We want our students to love coming to school. That's absolutely number one, because we know that when students love coming to school and they're happy in their environments, they're going to learn. So that will always be a priority for me and for my team in a primary setting. But how do we then balance that with the expectations around rigor and a robust curriculum? And it is possible. And I think over the years, primary education is moved away from a lot of summative testing. So that's not something that we have at Patana. What we would have is formative assessment, and that's where we're watching students' interactions with one another, their environment and the curriculum on a daily basis. So all of our teachers are very familiar with the curriculum expectations, with the milestones. Sarah will talk a little bit more about that in terms of the foundation stage, but all of our teachers are experts in that, and we are constantly monitoring students' progress and attainment, and then adapting the curriculum. And then we keep parents informed with 2 parent meetings a year, 2 reports, and 1 opportunity to come in for a 3-way conference where their student is also part of a learning conversation. So really we do emphasize, as I say, engagement, enjoyment in learning, but we hope that our parents feel that their children are making more than ample progress annually, which they are.
Fantastic. What's, as you just said, you have multiple times a year to interact with parents and get that feedback, or had that Q&A kind of opportunity with them. Give me an example of what are the most common questions that you hear from a parent about either progress or what's my child doing, or those kinds of things.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a mum as well. I've got 2 sons. I've got one who's 17 and I've got one who's 13. So, I understand that the parent journey as much as I do as an educator. I think most parents only want to know 2 things, and that is that their child is happy and that they found their place with their community and their peer group. And I think most parents just want to know that their child is where they need to be at that point of their academic journey. So they're really the most common questions we get from parents. Is my child happy? And that's obviously crucial. And is my child where they need to be? And if their child's not where they need to be, what supports are we putting in place to make sure that they are scaffolded to access the curriculum? Or it might be the other end, that their child is very able, and what are we doing to push their student on with their learning? But in primary education, learning's not linear. And this is one thing we talk to our parents a lot. Children go like this with learning, and that's very normal. That it's not an upward trajectory through to IB or university. And we know as ourselves as human beings that sometimes you take a dip with learning and other things become more of a priority. So we're looking for that journey. When the children come to us at Patana, our youngest students now are about 18 months who come to Tiny Tigers. That's our pre school program. But we're looking from 18 months through to 18 years. That's a long time, and we want to support children every step of that way.
Fantastic. I want to just call out that Rosalind, who works with us, she just put in the chat here with everyone that if you did put a question in the chat that doesn't get answered, we will be passing these questions directly onto the school to get back to you as well. But there's a couple questions from our community. One is, does Patana have scholarships available?
In terms of reduced fee scholarships?
I guess so. So this is from Scarlett Graham, and she's just asking if the scholarships are available, and if so, how could students apply? I'm not sure exactly what that means.
Right. We don't, as far as I'm aware, offer academic scholarships, I'm afraid. But I would say we do have places available, so if parents are interested in coming to our school, to absolutely reach out either to myself if it's a primary age student or to our admissions team.
Okay, excellent. And then there's another question from a person who I apologize. I am unable to read their name because it's not in the script that I am used to reading. And Scarlett says, thanks you. She will book a visit. But she says she is Thai, but her husband is British. And she says, do I still have to go on the waiting list?
Yes, is the short answer, I'm afraid. Patna's increasingly and as always a very popular school to come to. We're delighted for our reputation in the community and also within Asia as well. We do have dual national families, of course, coming to us. And again, please be in touch with either myself or our admissions team to get more information on that.
Fantastic. Sarah, it's amazing how quickly 10 minutes goes by.
Yes.
It's just like that. We've reached our time here, but I can't thank you enough for taking time out of your morning to speak with us. And we're going to move on here to a little movie about Patana. And then we'll be having the next Sarah come on to talk
Absolutely.
a little bit about unlocking belonging. So thank you so much and have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Hello and a very warm welcome to Bangkok Patana School, Thailand's original British international school. We are a large, friendly and truly international community with over 16 nationalities. Bangkok Patana offers students a unique breadth of opportunity both within and outside the classroom to ensure that each and every one of our learners reaches their full potential. Our primary students from nursery to year 6 follow a progressive British-based curriculum, which is adapted to engage, challenge and excite them, whether they are learning atomic theory or exploring in our outdoor classroom. In secondary, students follow the British curriculum until year 11, when they take IGCSE exams and then move on to study the IB diploma programme. Students are supported by a strong pastoral system and a team of dedicated and inspiring teachers. A highlight for many of our students is our expansive extracurricular programme, with 500 activities running each week after school. These provide critical opportunities for students to follow their passions, establish friendships and learn new skills. Our school values of well-being, learning and global citizenship are at the heart of all we do. Our 50-acre campus is located in southeast Bangkok and is easily accessible by BTS or our school shuttle service. As our school buses are usually moving against the traffic, the journey to school from popular residential locations such as Asok and Krompong take only around half an hour. We have a wonderful community here at Bangkok Patana. Do contact us if you would like to find out more.
Fantastic. That was a wonderful presentation by Patana. And now we have a special presentation from and I apologize in advance that I'm going to butcher your family name. We talked about this before and now it's completely lost my mind. Mrs. Sarah Gaughan, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I got so close. I know that was only a mere, close call to what it should be, but you're going to be talking to us about unlocking belonging in the early years. Right. Is there anything you want to tee up before I put your slides on the screen?
I just wanted to say thank you for being here with us, and I'm very happy to be sharing some of our research with you this morning.
Excellent. And I want to remind everybody else while I bring the slides on the screen, everybody who's in the room right now, we do see your comments. So if you're in Facebook, if you're in YouTube, use that chat space, on the YouTube on the right-hand side there, Facebook below. You can throw questions at any time. Sarah will be happy to answer, or we can, forward those on a little later as well. So with that, I am going to get us going. You are ready to go.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Sarah Gaughan. I am the leader of learning in the early years department at Bangkok Patana School. And I'm here this morning to share with you a little bit about how we use current research to continuously improve our practice at Bangkok Patana School. So this is particularly if you're interested in our early years department. So without further ado, I'll share this with you. So within the last 2 years, I have completed my master's with the University College London, and my topic of interest was unlocking belonging in the early years. As Sarah McCormack explained, belonging is a huge aspect of children's lives, and before children can really learn, we need them to feel safe and secure in our setting. So what is belonging in the early years? So when we're talking about early years, we're talking about children between the ages of 2 to 5 or 6 years old and beyond. But it's all about children experiencing positive relationships, children and families who feel that they belong to their school, their setting, and have a sense that they are cared about and that they are known well within the setting. They feel comfortable to be themselves. They feel valued and understood. So I wanted to share with you the findings from the research that we did. I've got 10 minutes and we did this over 2 years, so I'll do my very best to keep it concise for you. But as you can see from the illustration here, relationships were the biggest, most important factor in a child having a solid sense of belonging, along with interactions that they have with adults and other children, and the pedagogy that we use. Pedagogy is related to the teaching styles, the learning philosophy, the way that children learn at our school, and also homeschool partnerships. You can see there that there's some COVID-related factors there, but we're not going to discuss those today because thankfully we're not in those COVID times so much anymore. Okay, so first of all, I wanted to share with you our findings. So from our research, we found that a huge 96% of our children and families in our early years setting felt a very positive sense of belonging to our setting, and we were really thrilled by this. But of course, we always want to make sure that every single family is feeling a very positive sense of belonging. So we wanted to find out more and to learn more about what we can do to foster a strong sense of belonging to our school. The second finding that we found was that our parents perceived that the relationships that their children were building at school were a hugely important factor in their child's sense of belonging. And here are some parent quotes just talking about having an important adult is the most important thing. It's their bedrock, it's their pillar, it's their relationship with adults. So we got lots of really quality feedback from parents during qualitative interviews and surveys that we did. The second finding was that interaction between staff and children has a hugely significant impact on the child's sense of belonging to the setting. As Sarah said, we need to know our children very well. Parents talked about having quality conversations and that staff were present for their children, constantly having conversations and being genuinely interested in their world as an individual. The third finding from our research was that our approach to learning within the early years, being very child-centered, and the fact that children have complete autonomy and agency over their learning, was a huge contributing factor to the strong sense of belonging that children feel to our setting. So children are choosing their own learning, they're choosing where to experience learning, what they want to experience, and how they want to do that. Of course, there are some adult-directed learning opportunities too, such as reading, writing, phonics, and mathematics, but the majority of the time that our children learn is completely child-led, and they get to spend their days exploring, designing, making everything that interests them. The fourth finding from our research was that most parents at Patana engage in strong homeschool partnerships, and that parents believe that regular meetings and conversations, even if they're ad hoc in the mornings and in the evenings, but conversations with practitioners were really valued in terms of making sure that children and families can feel that strong sense of belonging. One of the findings that we did learn from, which was really important, was that some of our children and families who come to our school without any English language or Thai language may actually need some additional support in order to feel that strong sense of belonging, purely because you need to be able to have a strong relationship and conversation with somebody in your first language. And we've done so much work in trying to make sure that that happens for our children who join us, who cannot have conversation yet in English or Thai. So then we looked at these findings, and we wanted to make a plan for what does this mean for our practice? What does it mean for our teaching and learning within the early years setting? So, as we've always done for many years, we're looking at maximizing opportunities for quality interaction. So we're wanting children to have quality conversations, having one-to-one time with adults or small group in the moment play. Again, it's less about planning activities for children and more about allowing children to express their interests and what they want to engage in the moment as and when they want to do that. And we also took on lots of feedback about making those homeschool partnerships as easy as possible. So in the past, we may have had several forms of communication, but we streamlined our communication into one super easy app so that parents can share their child's interests, what's happening in their child's lives, what the children are passionate about, what they're good at, and share that with us on our Seesaw app. And in turn, the teachers share video footage and photographs of what children have been doing at school. And this really supports our homeschool partnership, because the more that children feel that their life outside of the school walls is reflected within their setting, within their nursery or early years setting, the more that they feel valued, known, safe and secure. We introduced many ways that children can be encouraged to share their world outside of the school grounds with their peers and with other adults as well. So we've introduced many different ways. One of them you can see here, where children share their lives outside of school with each other, having conversations, having chats about things that they like, things that they do at home, and things that they have in common with other children and adults. And we've done lots and lots of work in promoting home language so that we can really support our children who join our school without English or Thai as their first language. So we have our secondary school children that come down and interact with children in their home language. We have parent volunteers that come in and do cooking and reading and all sorts of different things in children's home language. We have books, songs, resources, the learning environment that reflects home languages. So we're really working hard to ensure that no matter what a family's first language is, they can feel welcomed and safe and secure and a strong sense of belonging to our school. We have, as Sarah already mentioned, we have an open door policy. So parents are actively encouraged to come and spend time in the setting, playing alongside their children and other families, getting to know other families and interacting with the teachers and practitioners in the school as well. And finally, we have lots of other ways that we really support welcoming our families into the community. We love to have our doors open for sharing community events. We have, like I've already mentioned, many opportunities for parents to come into the school, and really focusing on when families first join our school, what can we do to really make sure that everybody feels welcomed, safe and secure and part of our community. So that is in a nutshell what we found within our research. And of course, everything that we do, we research to make sure that we are at the forefront of the latest practice within early years and the primary secondary curriculums. So I just wanted to share that with you this morning, just to give you a flavour of how we use our professional development and knowledge to really support our families at school. And that's my presentation finished. So if anybody would like to ask any questions, I'm open to questions.
Absolutely. I'm just going to bring our, oh, you know, and I did, look at that. Now we're in the right place on the overlay. So yeah, if anybody does have a question, we have a few more minutes here with Sarah about, you know, creating belonging, about, you know, unlocking belonging in the early years. When do kids usually start early years? Like, I'll kick it off for you.
So as Sarah mentioned before, we do have a Tiny Tigers group where children come along to our setting from as young as 18 months old. So that is a play group setting. So adults come along with their children and enjoy our facilities and learning environment alongside some of our older children as well. And then officially children come and are enrolled onto the school when they are 2 years old in our nursery setting. So we have a smaller building, which is our nursery setting, which holds about 60 children between the ages of 2 to 3. And then they move across to our early years foundation stage building, which we have 200 children between the ages of 3 to 5.
You know, as again, I've said this 100 times, or I'm going to say it 100 times today and tomorrow. You know, I have 3 kids. Mine are past the stage, you know, we're in the primary, secondary, and, you know, actually middle and primary now, where we live. But the playgroup setting, I think maybe some parents believe that this is a, you know, a test. This is, you know, this is an environment where the school's kind of, hey, are you going to fit in, or are you going to be one of us? Can you dispel that myth or assuage that myth for me?
Of course, absolutely. Everybody's welcome into our Tiny Tigers group, and it's certainly not an assessment procedure. It is really just an opportunity for children to begin to develop those social skills and to become familiar with the school, because transition is a huge part of children feeling safe and secure at school. So if they've been at our school 2 or 3 days a week in our Tiny Tigers program for months before they actually become enrolled in the school, then that makes the transition between Tiny Tigers and starting school really, really smooth. Children are familiar with our environment. They've already seen our equipment, our gardens, our classrooms. So they're very familiar, and they are already part of the community. And that's the purpose of the Tiny Tigers playgroup, is to really support children in feeling safe and secure and knowing the setting before they actually have to separate with their parents a bit later on when they get a bit older.
Sure. Yeah. Cheryl Rigo's asking the question that you talked about children choosing their own learning. So how do those children know what to choose in order to cover all aspects of learning? I mean, I know I probably wouldn't have chosen math. I probably would have done a lot of art and stuff.
Yeah.
So how does that get done?
So the practitioners at Patana in the early years department are very, very skilled and very highly trained in weaving mathematical opportunities into play. So, for example, if children are designing a car park and a garage, then we'll have numbers on all the car parking spaces, and we'll be measuring how long the cars are and how they need to fit in. So we're really, really skilled at making sure that we know what children can already do. We know where they are with their mathematics, for example, if that's what we're thinking about. So we know what their next steps are. We do what we call focused children planning. So every child has a set of next steps that we know what they're working towards within their play. So again, it's about quality interaction and knowing how to get that mathematical development into that play. For example, if they're interested in making pizzas or making pancakes, then we measure the recipe, we count out, we measure what we need in there, we count how many spoonfuls, we measure and weigh, and so we're introducing mathematical learning in everything that we do. We don't actually teach it as an adult-led session of mathematics, but mathematics is everywhere within our learning environment.
I didn't mean to call out mathematics specifically.
No, but it's a good example. It's a good example. It's the same with reading and writing. When children are really deeply involved in their play, if they really want something, then we say, okay, let's write a list. What do you need? So children are engaging in literacy as part of their play in order to get what the things that they need. So if they want to make pancakes, we have to write the recipe. We have to go and find the things. So again, we're always weaving the academic learning into the play that the children are choosing and the children are interested in. That's how we do it.
Fantastic. Again, Sarah, it's amazing how quickly 10 minutes goes. Poof, just like that. Thank you so much for that presentation. Really, really appreciate you taking time out of your day to participate with us today. And I'm sure if anybody does have any other further questions for you about unlocking belonging in the early years, they will write to you directly at Patana. Thank you so much.
Okay, have a good day.
All right, everyone, we're going to move on to our next school here, which is Brighton College, Bangkok. Brighton College, Bangkok inspires academic excellence for children aged 2 to 18 on an iconic purpose-built campus in Krungthep Kritha, Bangkok. I'm sure that I did not say that correctly. Run in close partnership with Brighton College, which is England's independent school of the decade, they have quickly become one of the leading British curriculum schools in Thailand. Outstanding teachers, all trained in the UK, ensure the highest academic standards and deliver an unmatched education and pastoral care for their pupils. From the pre-nursery class all the way up to IGCSE and A-level, Brighton College Bangkok offers the perfect environment for pupils to discover a passion for learning and to reach the world's best universities. International diversity is deeply ingrained in the school, and around 40% of their pupils have a foreign nationality, which creates a truly unique atmosphere. They invite you to visit their campus to learn more about what makes Brighton such a special place to be. And I am excited to have here on the stage with me, Mr. Nick Gallup. Hello, sir, the head of the school over there at Brighton. How are you today?
I'm really well. That was a great introduction. I'm wondering who wrote it.
I cannot take credit for that. I'm pretty sure that one of your marketing staff did.
Oh, I'm sure they did. Yeah, it was. Nice to hear. Nice to see you as well.
You too as well. So, as I've said, earlier for the folks over at Patana, why don't you start off by giving us, in your own words, as the head of school, what does it mean to be at Brighton? Like, what's it mean to be there?
Sure. Well, I'm a relative newcomer to Bangkok, to Thailand. I started in post last year, and it's been a real revelation to see how international schools function in general, but in particular to kind of get behind the desk here at Brighton College. It's so similar in so many ways to independent schools that I've worked in the UK. The culture that we have in the classroom, the great relationships between teachers and pupils, the relationship that we have between the school and families, the emphasis on co-curricular and all that you can learn about yourself in so many different activities outside the classroom, through sport, through performing arts and house activities and other things. It's great to have moved from the UK out to a British school 6,000 miles away and kind of see the same values in operation on a day-to-day basis. Of course, there's some things that are rather different, but in general, it's a wonderful place to be. Pupils are very happy here, and that is the most important thing. We want pupils to be happy and successful, and in that order. Driving to success, too hard and too fast can lead to some pupils not thriving in an environment where they otherwise should. So we really focus on that sense of happiness and being kind and supportive to each other, and that brings out the best in them. Fantastic.
On that note, talk to me about, we know that all schools have a policy on bullying, but how does Brighton approach this topic, especially, when you have such a diversity of students there, many of them are in a new country for the first time, or, they're adjusting that culture. There's those in and out groups. What does that look like at Brighton?
Sure. I mean, the three words that we use every day that are so embedded in our assemblies, in our tutorial programs, in our pastoral care is curiosity, confidence, and kindness. And that third one is the single most important thing. I mean, as a parent and as an educator, above all, we want our children to be good people, to be kind, to be supportive of one another, and that absolutely pervades everything that we do here. That culture of kindness. Now, we know that children arrive at the school from different places, having had different journeys. But when they arrive here, what we sincerely hope they find is firstly a staff body that is really experienced in managing that transition and in making sure they feel safe and happy in this environment. But secondly, also a pupil body that really understand the importance of kindness. Now, of course, it would be wrong to say there wouldn't be bumps in the road. If a pupil joins us at 2 years old in nursery and leaves at 18, over those 16 years, there will be all sorts of interesting developments and other things happening. And it's wrong to say that there's never ever any issues or whatever between pupils, but how we manage those and how we recognize those and the pervading culture of kindness is absolutely central to everything that we do here. Hello, you've gone. I've just lost your sound.
That's because I forgot to take my microphone off mute. I apologize for that. Novice mistake that will happen several times over the next couple of days. But anyway, we have a question coming in that they're asking, if I'm coming to Bangkok on a short-term posting, 2 years, like 2 years rather than like a 4 or a 5 year posting, is your curriculum aligned with standard British curriculum so that it's an easy transition to continue that going forward?
Sure. Well, I can say that as not just as the head of school, but also as a parent, that I've had one child join in year 5 and another join in year 9, and it has been absolutely seamless for them. So they've joined straight into activities, and the classroom experience for them, whether it's literacy or numeracy in year 5, and all the other things, the science, the specialist subjects that goes with that, has been absolutely seamless for them. And our Key Stage 3 curriculum, which is year 7, 8, and 9, ages 11 to 13, looks exactly the same as a very high functioning British school. So in that regard, it wouldn't be a problem at all. And as I say, I can speak from experience there, that if it was a short-term posting, and we do have, of course, we recognise that some people's experience overseas is not forever. And sometimes it can start off as 1 year or 2 years and end up being a lot longer than even they anticipated, because obviously it's such a great place to live here. But nevertheless, reassurance there that yes, from my experience as a parent, it really has been quite seamless in that regard. Not just the education, the classroom experience, but also the values of British education as well.
So in that regard, not in that regard, but kind of taking a left-hand turn there, we have another question that says, how is the school changing in the coming years? We think about, coming into a school 2, 3, 5 years, or maybe some people stay for the entire curriculum. Mm-hmm. What sort of changes are you anticipating, as someone who's just come in over the near term?
Yeah, a good question. One of the things that's happening here is that the school is growing, and that's part of the sort of planned growth from year 0 back in 2016 when the very first few pupils arrived, to perhaps 2030 in about 6-7 years time when it might be considered full. So part of what is happening here is that sense of the provision is growing year on year. So more pupils, more staff. We can plan and deploy those staff accordingly, which means that our provision is expanding year on year, which is great. Our sports teams are growing. The number of pupils, number of staff means that we can put on great shows. There's a dance show today, this afternoon, involving I think it's 150 pupils all doing separate dances over a 2-hour period this afternoon. The parents are coming along to. So that the provision is wonderful, but it gets better year on year, which is fantastic. And perhaps particularly our standards in the classroom will stay the same. Really high standards, high expectations, great levels of support that pupils get. But year on year, the other aspects of education will continue to grow, which is wonderful. So that's perhaps the biggest change. More pupils is more sports teams, more performing arts, more clubs, societies, and other things. And one of the big things that we're hosting in a week's time is the Thailand's probably biggest in Southeast Asia, the Model United Nations, where over 500 pupils are coming to the school. Next weekend, the weekend after next, which we're planning for. It's going to be an incredible feat to have pupils from not just Bangkok, a huge number of schools are sending delegations to Thailand, but also overseas as well, from America, Japan, Nepal, Vietnam, Korea, all sending delegations to Bangkok and to our school, which is wonderful. So that sense of ambition, I suppose, is also part of our DNA, aspirations for our pupils and for our school.
Fantastic. Just throw it out there real quick. I didn't hear. How big is the student body right now?
It's almost exactly 565, and that's from 3 to 18, with a larger majority in the prep school. So we've got pupils in every year group, and some of the year groups in the senior school are 40, 50 pupils. So quite large even in the senior school, but it's very much the growth is in the prep school. Parents, families are putting their children in as early as possible to ensure they get the most out of it. So next year we anticipate just over 400 pupils in a prep school, which is our junior school, nursery to year 6, and the rest will be in our senior school. So around about 650, 700 pupils next year.
Fantastic. Mr. Nick, I as I say to all of our guests, I know I'm going to say this every time, 10 minutes, just like that. It's amazing how quickly it goes by. I can't thank you enough for taking time out of your day to talk to us about Brighton. But now we're going to go straight into a video about Brighton to carry this conversation forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brighton College Bangkok is a vibrant, family-oriented community. We follow the British curriculum, leading to IGCSEs and A-levels. Pupils benefit from world-class innovative teaching, and pastoral care is delivered through a house system. Our 3 USPs are curiosity, confidence and kindness, which weave deeply throughout our curriculum and culture. To demonstrate a desire to learn new things, we model an open and inquisitive attitude to ideas, people and cultures. Curiosity is contagious, so the ability to really hear what pupils have to say can engage students with the skill of active listening. One example of this is with our ongoing video feature, The Curiosity Shop, which gives our younger pupils the opportunity to ask a question on any topic for members of our senior school to answer.
I'm Millie and I'm in year 10.
Our Brighton Sparks and Limitless Potential initiatives embed age-appropriate research mindsets, providing a framework for success. We want our pupils to strive to become the very best version of themselves. By empowering all of our students with opportunities for success, we can build the confidence so they try new things and learn at the edge of their comfort zone. Our Mangrove Teens leader was recognised by BISP for environmental sustainability, whilst our Alternative to Plastic Bottles was awarded the Runners-Up Prize at the Asia-wide Young Founders Summit. Our pupil-led film festival secured a FABISI Award for Best Film, and our 2022 International Schools Award for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion and Justice outlines our commitment to creating an inclusive community whilst integrating British values. Kindness is about how we all treat each other, not just in school, but in local and wider communities. It involves making a positive difference individually, socially and environmentally. An example of this is our pupils' work with the centuries-old Wang Yai community and how this relationship has been recognised as best practice by ISC research. Little courtesies to meaningful peer support and a cohesive well-being programme are part and parcel of school life here. An exceptional careers pathway permeates from early years onwards, such as our School of Medicine initiative, which prepares and guides students interested in pursuing a career in the medical fields, and the use of the Moresby profile, along with a dedicated counselling team. These are reinforced by links with our sister schools, providing opportunities of access far beyond the reach of most international schools. To us, education is more than attainment alone. It is community building, caring for the most vulnerable, and developing compassionate leaders for the future. Our awards from Pearson Excellence, Oxford AQA, COBIS, FABISIA, alongside national and international governments, communicates what we intrinsically feel. We are part of an institution that is truly exceptional.
All right, fantastic. And I'm happy to also announce that, we said one of the things that was going to be a part of our summit here are some very special announcements and special packages and special incentives for you to look at. And so right now we have a special incentive from Brighton College, which is an application fee waiver that's worth 5,000 baht and 2 free visits to join Brighton Start, which is their parent and toddler group. So you can see it here on your screen right now. This is a promotion for just exclusive for everybody who's actually participating in the summit here. And so we're really excited to have this piece with us. I want to just give a quick pause here and just remind everyone that we do have a number of other things that are very interesting to parents who are considering coming to Bangkok or who are in Thailand and are looking at either moving schools or their kids are going into school the first time. And that is our 2023 International Schools Guide. This is we've been doing this for like a decade now. And as I mentioned at the top of the day today, this is 150 pages of information about schools, not only in the Bangkok area, but just outside the Bangkok area and then up into Chiang Mai and other places around Phuket, etc., around the country. And it gives everything that you really need to know at a glance around a school, what the tuitions are, what the curriculum is, what the student body looks like, what extracurricular activities are available, what the campuses look like. And we're really proud of this. This is something that's evolved for, like I said, almost a decade now. And it's, you could get a hard copy if you'd like, but it's available in a free PDF for you. All you got to do is go over to BKK Kids or ChiangMaiKids.com and download it today. We also have something called the 2023 BKK Kids Activities and Camps Guide. And so, again, as a parent, as someone who has 3 kids, I know what it means. What are you going to do on the weekends? What are you going to do during school holidays? There's not only is it, what am I going to do with my kids, but what opportunities are available? We have curated these opportunities for you. We have found the best activities. We have found these best camps for holiday breaks, for Songkran break, for the Christmas break, etc. And we put them all in this guide. And so again, come over to BKK Kids again and check that out. All you have to do is put in your email and we'll email it to you for free. And as a reminder as well, we have some promotions that we're putting on the table here. We're giving away a bunch of £50 gift cards from BKK Kids from Amazon here. So those people who are participating, those people who put those questions in the chat, we'd love to have those questions for our presenters, and you'll be eligible for one of these gift cards. We do have 8 tickets that we're going to be giving away to Vana Nava as well, which is a great water park, fun for everyone in the family. And then we have, that sort of adult, one night getaway at the So Bangkok for one lucky winner as well. I mean, quite honestly, I'm pretty jealous that we're giving that away instead of giving it to me. But anyway, without further ado, I want to bring our next school up and on for presentation, which is the British International School, Phuket. And I will just pull up my notes here. British International School, Phuket is a co-educational day and boarding school, which is established in 1996 and set in extensive landscaped grounds. They aim to deliver the highest standards of teaching and learning to an international community, emphasizing well-being and a passion on a modern and well-equipped campus. And I have my next guest here ready to go. So I'm going to bring them onto the stage. Hello. Kun Mei, are you there?
It's Kun Oi.
Oh, Kun Oi, I apologize.
Ka.
I apologize, Kun Oi. I was given a different name for you, but Sawadi Fab.
That's fine. Ka, sawasdee ka.
How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm good. Thank you.
Excellent.
How are you?
I'm well. Thank you. You said Kun Oi, right?
Kun Oi.
Kun Oi. As I did for our previous 2 guests, I want to offer you the opportunity to give us in your words, in your own, in your own opinion, in your own words, can you tell us about what does it mean and what is it like to be at British International School in Phuket?
From my own perspective.
From your own words.
Right. Yes, to me, this is a happy campus where like our community, they come together when there are any kind of like special occasions or events. all the staff, all the parents, and all of our students, yeah, they also like take part in a lot of the school activities where we have for our parents or for the community. And because I have been working here for like more than 17 years, so I have seen a lot of like changes, you know, from the beginning when we were still at Dulwich until we become British International School. And yes, yeah, you can tell like from my long-term service in school how much we are happy working in this school. And also we can see like the happy faces of the families who are already here for, some of them are here with us for more than 5 years, 10 years, 17 years, you know, like me also. So then, yeah, that can tell itself how we are, like what we are.
Excellent. Are you able to tell me, you know, so many of the schools that we're going to hear from are in Bangkok. And so many of the schools that we're here from today and tomorrow are in Bangkok. And so as a school that's, you know, in Phuket, what are maybe some of the advantages of that, or some of the different aspects that you think are positive, or you think are actually, you know, a benefit for students?
If you come to Phuket, you will see like we are here on the island where you can see only sunlight and rain from time to time. But we are also the, you know, the touristic place. The facility is excellent. It's epic. When you come, you will see our facilities away from the traffic. You won't experience any kind of like the PM 2.5 pollution. No way. We are all surrounded by the mountains, and our school is located kind of like nearly 2 kilometers away from the traffic, from the long road out there. And yes, the weather is excellent. It's great. When you come in, you will only just you know, being surrounded by all the good environments, and also all the activities. All the campus are well, you know, in the good location.
Fantastic.
Yes, the weather is excellent.
You know, I think that the tourism that comes to Phuket can attest to all of the beautiful weather there for sure. How large is the student body there? How many students do you have?
Now we have more than 1,000, and we expect to get by 1,050 by the third term.
Oh, wow. Okay, excellent. And so with 1,000 students, I guess one of the questions that I would have is, what is the diversity of activities and outlets and, you know, opportunities for growth? Like we just heard our last speaker talking about Model United Nations, etc. Can you talk to me about the different types of activities and opportunities that students have in Phuket?
We offer extensive options of activities for the kids. You know, a lot of sports for sure that we offer, like swimming, tennis, golf, football, trapeze, that you cannot find anywhere else on the island.
Oh my gosh, I want to be on a trapeze team. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, the aerial circus. Even if you like offer me for free lessons, I won't join it. I'm just afraid of heights. But this is also like very famous among the students. Not only the students, but the parents can also take part in that kind of activities. We also have like the mini golf that the kids and the parents can also take part in. So all of those activities, you know, you don't have to travel out of campus in order to take part in, because everything will be provided inside our campus. So the parents find this very convenient to them. So they don't have, you know, in their previous school, they would have to travel like from one place to another when you have to take part in the activities. But all of those activities, the parents can just join in the campus. And then, you know, it's so convenient. You finish this activity and you can just walk another maybe 100 meters to another activity. It's just so convenient to them. And we also have the, you know, the robotics one, the chess activities. These kind of activities are very extensive and then special to the community. It's very also popular, especially the football ones.
Sure.
Oh, there are so many, I cannot remember. Too many of them. In both primary and the secondary school.
How big is the campus? So it sounds like if you are able to maintain sports activities and science activities and you know, other academics and then creative arts, like is the campus absolutely huge, or
it's so huge. It's 100 right. It's kind of like 44 acres. And then it took me maybe nearly nearly 1 hour, to tour the family around the school. If you go to every corner of the school, from this building to another building, if you want to get an extensive tour of the school, that it can take you nearly 1 hour.
Okay. How do students, interact and I guess integrate into that large space? So I'm thinking, that such a large space for a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old would be very different than somebody who's in secondary. Do you find that there's a commingling? Does everybody just treat it like their own little city, or what?
Of course, once they get into get used to the school or those facilities, they will just find themselves as part of the community. At the beginning, all the young kids, they may find difficulty finding all the places, but once they get used to it, they will get like accompanied by friends or one of the family members. But after that, they can just like make their own way out of themselves. And I can always see that the young kids, during the trapeze, they just like run around in their like a beautiful dress, and then just by themselves without any parents around, because they are just so freely, happily walking by themselves in the campus. It's their own second house.
Oh, I love that. That's fantastic. We have a guest her name is Anuradha Mathur. She's asking, what secondary pathways do you offer?
You mean what in the secondary school, what kind of programs we offer in the secondary school? Our secondary school from year 7 all the way until year 13. Our middle school program, we still use the English curriculum. And then next, from after you finish year 9, the students will take part in the IGCSE program in year 10, year 11. And then will be the IB diploma program. But starting from August 2023, we will also offer in the level of year 12, they can also choose the BTEC, which will offer sports, for the first year from August this year. Yeah.
Okay. For those who don't know what the BTEC is, can you explain that more?
It's going to be our first year, so I still don't have much information about that yet.
Okay.
Excuse me. It just been told that we're going to offer that one, but we're going to have more information onto that pathway very soon.
Fantastic. It's very rare that someone puts something on the table that I can't explain, just because we've been doing this for so long. But I'm not so familiar with BTEC either, so we will both find out more information about that later. Tell me about the diversity on the campus. So many of the schools talk about the level of international students and the different diversity that you have on campus. Tell me about that.
Yes, we have just completed we have just celebrated, let's say, our International Day last Friday, and that brought more than 50 different nationalities, of our community to the school. We just at the moment, the top 3 of the nationalities in the school are still the Thai, the Russians, and the British ones. And then we also have a lot of like the Chinese, Australian, American, Malaysian, Swedish, French, German, all the way, even like about kind of like the Nigerian or Cyprus that we never had in our school before. So like some new nationalities that came to our school this year, and we expect to grow even more new nationalities by the new school year to come. So it's a good mix of the nationalities.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Excellent. How are you able to interact with other schools? I'm thinking like intramural sports or intramural competitions. Are there other schools available is it in Phuket, or do you travel to Bangkok, or do you travel to other countries?
Yes, we have a lot of competitions like in sports all year round. Our sports students, they like recently they have just came back from their football tournaments in Bangkok, like Saturday, Sunday. They are just so busy taking part. It's not only the sports one. We also take part in a lot of the swimming competitions, quite a couple of times per year, tennis competitions, golf, because we have a lot of the sports students in this school who take part in not only the national competitions, but also take part in the international competitions outside Thailand as well. Many of them, they also represent their own country in the sports tournament, in football, when they want to go to the national, to the professional pathway, and then they also take part in a lot of that.
Excellent.
Anything else? So there are so many, yes. Even they also take part. Even the chess one I have heard of, our students, they also do take part in taekwondo, in the what is it, the wakeboarding.
Wakeboarding, nice, fantastic. I like that one. That sounds like a lot of fun. What can you talk to me about, opportunities or special programs that you may have for students with special needs or students, who may need extra support? How has that played out in Phuket itself and with a school of this size?
Yes, we have our own AEN team in both primary and secondary school to support the student with the special educational needs. So, but anyway, it doesn't mean that we can like accept all of them with this kind of special needs. We would have to have a look at what kind of support, their past, the history of support that they have received from their current school before then we pass it on to our team to review whether we have we will be able to provide the support that they currently need in their in their previous school. So that we have the team to support them in both primary and the secondary school.
Okay, fantastic. What are some of the most important questions or most common questions that that you normally get from parents, especially when it comes to starting saying, is Phuket right for me? Like what are those common questions that you get?
Right now, none of those questions. Right now, they only just want to know if we have spaces for their kids.
Okay, great.
This is the thing that I find it difficult to answer because we are so full in the primary school, from the beginning of this year, and this will continue until August this year. We still have places in the secondary school, but we find it difficult to find a place for our kids in the primary school right now. I'm sorry for all any interest in primary, but yes, we will try. We will make it happen. We will just maybe expanding. I feel that we might be able to, but we plan to hopefully if we can expand any classes in the future in August.
That's an exciting problem to have, I think, for any school.
Correct. Yes.
One other question that someone is asking right now: how do you assist students transferring from the IGSCE curriculum to the IB curriculum? We know that getting into that IB, it can become very intense, and those last 2 years can be overwhelming for many students. Are there certain programs or certain processes that you have that help student transition?
Our academic staff are there, including not only the academic staff, but also the university counseling team will also step in and help them, to find the right subjects that will fit with each individual student, before they take part in the IB program, because they actually the university counseling team, they help students in their subject selection even at the beginning of year 9 before they choose their IGCSE subjects, and then from the IGCSE level onto the IB level, then they also help the kids to to find the right subjects for them. So it's just an individual fit in terms of the subject selection into the IB level.
Okay, excellent. All right, we just had that same exact question come in on the Facebook side as well. Final question for you: what is are there scholarships or other opportunities? I know you said that you're oversubscribed as it is, but are there other considerations for people who may have scholarship needs or those types of things?
We offer scholarships to secondary students only, starting from year 7 all the way until year 12. But the academic scholarships will only be given at the level of the IB diploma in year 12 and year 13. But other younger year groups in the secondary school, we offer only the sports scholarships, which are the football, swimming, tennis, and golf. But at the level of year 12 this year, we also offer the art scholarships for them. And then, just to celebrate the 25th year of the school last year. So we're going to offer that apart from the academic scholarship at the level of year 12 and year 13.
Fantastic. Okay.
So only the academic scholarship will be given the full scholarships, but the sports scholarship that will be depending on their level of their sport skills.
Excellent.
Yes.
Kun Oik, Kap Kun Kap, thank you so much for taking time out of your day today to speak with us. We really appreciate learning about the British International School in Phuket. And we encourage everybody to contact you in order if they have more questions or if they would like to try to see if they can get into that super packed campus. But
Yes, thank you very much.
thank you.
Yes, we hope we can accommodate everyone, but okay, please feel free
Well-
to contact me later.
Absolutely. And now we're going to show a quick video about your school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you once again to our friends over at the British International School Phuket. Our next school for our virtual summit today is King's College International School, Bangkok. King's College is the first King's College School Wimbledon International School in Southeast Asia and is located in the heart of Bangkok, which is just 5 kilometers from Sathorn and 7 kilometers from Sukhumvit. And they offer a British curriculum with GCSEs and A levels for children aged 2 to 18, whilst emphasizing good manners, kindness, and wisdom. And I have my guest today who is going to be joining me, the head of the primary school, Miss Helen Cyril. And I hope that I just said your family name correctly. Did I say it correctly? Oh, I think you're on mute there. Well, we can't hear you yet. Let's see. Shazam! There we go. We got you.
Yeah, sorry, it's Searle, but near enough.
Cyril, I apologize. So, well, at least now we can edit. We can edit that out later. Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Helen, for joining me today. You know, the first question that I think everyone wants to ask is, what's your affiliation with King's College in London? Like, how does that work? And does it mean anything?
Yeah, so we're very, very close to King's College in Wimbledon. We're not sort of just a franchise. We are very much a sister school. We worked, very closely when we were first opening and first setting up the school. And even now, I mean, King's interviews all of our teaching staff. So the teaching staff go through 2 rounds of interviews with us here in Bangkok. And then they get interviewed by King's in Wimbledon as well. So it's sort of part of the quality assurance. They do quality audits with us every year, and they come out and visit every year for the quality audit, or every couple of years for the quality audit. And every term, somebody from King's in Wimbledon will come out to visit us, just to sort of make sure that everything's okay, to discuss what we're working on, to discuss any problems that we've got. We have lots and lots of sort of collaborations with them. Some of the students in the senior school work with the students in King's Wimbledon on maths and on different activities, so sort of collaboratively online. Later on this year, we've got a visit to King's in Wimbledon, so some of our senior students will be going there. We've got an education working group which meets every term or so to discuss, any changes that we want to make, to discuss sort of teaching philosophies, and the chair of that meeting is also part of the chair of the board, and she was one of the chair of the board in King's in Wimbledon as well. So there's lots and lots of sort of close links. They monitored our curriculum when we were putting it together. A lot of our policies came from there, and obviously we've adapted to suit and needs in Bangkok, but very, very much the same philosophy, the same quality, and very, very close ties.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That was a very complete answer. I want to remind everyone that we are live right now. And if you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, please put your questions in the chat there, either in the bottom of the screen or the right-hand side of the screen. We do see them, and I'll be happy to ask those questions live here during this time. Tell me, I've offered this to the other speakers earlier today, and if you would, I know that King's is a relatively recent school to Bangkok. I mean, I think you're in your third year, maybe fourth year, or?
Yeah, this is our third year of being here.
Third year, right. What is it, give me, as someone who's there, you're the head of primary, what does it mean to be at King's, as opposed to some of the other schools in the area?
I think King's is very, very much a community school. We really, really care. The children are at the heart of everything that we do. We've got very, very strong values of kindness, good manners, and wisdom, and that's expected from parents, from students, from staff, from everybody who steps foot in the campus and beyond. So it's very, very much a culture of kindness, culture of caring. We've got we've got three sort of main pillars within our sort of structure of curriculum. So we've got our academic curriculum, and obviously King's Wimbledon is one of the most academically successful schools in the world. But it's not only about academics, it's about the co-curricular program that we also offer, and also the pastoral support that we offer. So it's very much building that whole child, and making sure that, we very much believe that academic achievement is not only academics alone, it's the whole child that helps build that. It's the fact that they're happy in school, that they get a broad and balanced curriculum. So we've got a huge number of CCAs that we offer, which are compulsory sort of extracurricular activities, which the children do in a rotation, so that they're getting a real variety of everything beyond the academic curriculum. But we also offer a huge number of ECAs as well, which are optional extracurricular activities. So those are provided by our teachers or by external providers, depending on what the activity is. We're very, very much sort of focused on getting children to think out of the box. So in early years, it's very play-based, and that play moves up into Key Stage 1 and then sort of becomes an inquiry type of approach as you're going through Key Stage 1 and into Key Stage 2 and into the seniors. So particularly with sort of AI and all of the new things with AI at the moment, it's making sure that students aren't just learning the facts, but they are actually, learning how to deal with people, and it's the emotional intelligence and that side of things that we really, really very much focus on building, and teaching the academic skills and the knowledge through those social and emotional skills and the soft skills, and sort of problem solving, creative thinking, collaboration, and all of those skills, which are really, really important to us here.
I want to congratulate you for being the first person to bring up AI. I just literally had my 14-year-old today say, "Dad, did you see that now Spotify has an AI DJ?" I mean, it's every day it's something new. It's quite insane.
Yeah, I think it's something that we can't just ignore. It's there, so we've got to work with it to make it work for us, if you like.
Yeah, for sure. And we have a question, and I believe this person's name is Michelle. It's just spelled a little differently, but Michelle Grindgower. She's asking, if my child is at King's Bangkok and we get relocated to the UK, can we automatically transfer to King's London?
No, it's not an automatic transfer. You would have to pass the entrance test to King's in Wimbledon if you were to go there.
Okay, excellent. What kinds of, as a newer school, as you've recently been built, you got a spectacular campus, etc. What sort of changes are you seeing in the near term that are going to be coming down the pipe for students, for the growth of the campus, for the growth of the student body, for new programs, new offerings, those kinds of things?
Yeah, so we started 2 years ago with pre-nursery to year 6, and then we opened the seniors to year 10 last year, and this year we've gone to year 11. So the next year we'll be opening year 12 and then year 13 the following year. So we're the senior school is expanding and growing. We're very much working on our philosophy and our teaching and learning pedagogy, making sure that the children are really, really happy in when they come to school. We've got new buildings going up at the moment to cater for all of those children, but very much is sort of embedding what we've done, making sure that we've got consistency and making sure that the children are very, very happy with their learning, and that our data shows that they're making the progress that we expect or above the progress that we expect. So it's really very much embedding everything that we've put in to begin with. Our student numbers are growing very rapidly. We started with 350 students in our first year. Then last year we had 750. This year we've got just over 1,100. So we have grown very, very rapidly. So it's making sure that we cater for all of those children and their needs and get to know them and their families.
Absolutely. Wow, that is outstanding growth over a 3-year period. What about diversity in the student body? What sort of internationality do you have, and how is that continuing to diversify?
Yeah, we've got, I think it's about 28 nationalities within the school at the moment. Our majority is Thai. It's about 75% Thai, with about 25% other nationalities. That is, as we're growing, that is changing. We are getting more diverse in terms of our nationalities of children. So yeah, that's obviously something that we obviously want to develop too. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. What about if I'm a parent considering King's, over one of the other schools in the Bangkok area, what are one of the 2 common questions that you hear, or one of the 2 common concerns that you're constantly fielding about either the primary school or something else?
That's a good question, actually. I'm trying to think of what the concerns that parents might have. I think one of the concerns is that it's a new school. Mm-hmm. And at the moment we haven't got a reputation particularly. It's building, but so it's not, you're not going to King's. You're taking a risk when you go to a relatively new school. So it's that's what do we have to offer, and how can we prove that what we're doing is good, and that we actually deliver what we say. So that's I think one of the biggest concerns really that parents have. So we do offer, we have open days where parents can come around, they can see the school and see what's going on, so that they get a feel for it themselves. And I think obviously the other concern, I suppose, is whether academically we're going to have the same results as King's in Wimbledon. We are selective, but less selective than King's in Wimbledon. So, academically, and our children are very different than King's in Wimbledon. So that is one of the other questions that we ask. But we I can guarantee that we do get good academic results so far. On the back of COVID and everything else, the children have made really good progress since they've been here.
I'm sure, absolutely. Final question for you. What are you personally most, as the head of primary, what are you most excited about in sort of the near term, the next, let's say 1 or 2 years in the continuing development? Is it the addition of new outlets and classes and opportunities? Is it continued diversification? Is it new connections with other schools, other programs? Like what what are you excited about?
Oh, so much, because I think we're very much a learning school. We want the children to learn, but we also want the staff to learn. And we're all learning every single day. So I think I'm very excited about the development that we're making with our pedagogy and with our curriculum, and the fact that teachers are really excited about learning and about developing new strategies, and sort of really up-to-date thinking. So I'm really excited about that from a development point of view. I'm excited about seeing the progress that the children are making, because obviously they've only been here for a short time, and it's really exciting to see how they're developing. And what's also really exciting is to see what a King's student becomes. Already teachers are saying, or children who've been here from the beginning, in my class, they're different. They know our values, and they really respond to that. And new children coming in who haven't been through that yet haven't got that. And obviously that's something that we then sort of, just through everything we do, they become part of it as well. So I think that's really exciting to see the children grow into, kind, humble, successful people. So, and see, how we do that. But also, making links with the community. We've already made links with lots of schools in the community. Now that COVID's over, increasing our sort of sporting fixtures and competitions with other schools, and just everything's exciting, really.
So much to look forward to. Well, on that note, I can't thank you enough for taking time out of your day for speaking with us. I know that your colleague is going to be coming up after our video here. Raj Ladva is going to be talking about the importance of early learning. But before we do that, let's take a few minutes to have your video overview of King's College. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
You ready? Yeah. Student interview, take 1, action.
I am Japper. My real name is Shanadom Impas in year 10. The first image I saw of King's when I came here is the students huddle up together and discussing about topics about school. Some people playing their instrument. Some people even playing chess. It's just, there's just so much energy.
School is the place for me to spend a lot of time with in my own teenage life. It should be happy.
We are best friends, and we are very good friends. Studying, we help each other. Oh yes, we normally go in pairs. And yeah, every time the teacher says you get to choose your own pairs, and then we always go together. Also, in my old school, I used to hate mathematics. Like I said, mathematics. It was the worst. But when I came to Kenya, I started gaining back my confidence.
The fun thing at school is probably sometimes for math class, I really like math. Because probably the teachers, Mr. Iskander, he makes me feel comfortable to learn. And he makes the lesson really fun.
I think I discovered a lot of things here. I was in a DT lesson and I was trying to design a pencil holder, and I looked at it and I was like, oh my god, this is what I want to do. I want to design stuff. And I was just like, oh my god, this is amazing. Just by seeing a little design of mine, I realized that I could design bigger things, bigger differences in the world that I didn't realize I could before.
Sawadee-ka! Thai class is really fun because the activities and the way she teaches us, it's something that she has that makes me so interested in learning Thai. Khapun-ka!
And then I did this. I made this for my mom. I just combined the two techniques that I learned in art lesson and made this. Then my mom's friend saw it and then made this for her.
My mom would probably be proud and happy. So I just walk in and I'm like, wow, this is different. The headmaster is just right in front of there. And he looks like very young. So I'm like, is he the headmaster? Am I getting this wrong? And stuff. And then like when ECA started, I'm like, the headmaster's teaching basketball. Well, that's new.
I remember it was after school and I was going home, but then my friend was like, Manny, come here, let's take a TikTok real quick. And I was like, okay then. And then we were dancing, right? And then Mr. Gibson, he's like the head of senior, he walked in and I was like, oh my God, am I gonna get in trouble or something? But he walked in and then he started dancing and I was like, oh my God, this is so funny. One of the reasons I love the school as well is because they not only focus on the things you need to learn inside of school, they also teach you about things outside of school. We learn about body shaming and just stuff like bullying and how to deal with them and like how to get support.
Absolutely, I think the school really celebrates individuality and like uniqueness, differences.
Oh, my opinion about that is like gender equality. Everybody should play any sports they want. Forget about the genders. Anyone can do whatever they want. It's up to them.
We do everything together, let's say. So whatever happens, we'll remember it together in this particular school. So it will be really good to make new memories in King's.
From the first day I came here, my dad and my mom had a talk with Mr. Bunyard, and I don't know what they talked about. And like when they came out, they really said, this school is a good environment, a place where we can really grow a tree, like the seed is me. But it's a place where like I can grow up to be a good people and I can really develop this world to be a better place.
I think this school is very futuristic and like further. My parents also, I'm very privileged that my parents always choose the best schools for me to go to. I really would like to say thank you because they always trying their hardest to find the best schools for me. They try to find like the best places, best place for education. I'm building a home here.
All right, and we are back with Raj Ladva. Did I get
Hi.
you right?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, excellent. You're the head of early years there at King's College, and you have a presentation for us, I believe, about the importance of early learning. Is that correct?
Well, a talk rather than a presentation today, but I think, one of the things that is really interesting to me, this is my 11th year in Bangkok, and having been at King's since the founding year, the level of understanding, I think, of among the parent community of what they want for their children. I think a lot of our community understand now the importance of child-centered play-based learning. I think parents are much more discerning now about what kind of choices they want to make for their children. And I think across the city, there are so many good options if you've got an early years child. And you can really be quite deliberate about your choices, I think, when choosing schools now. And I think the distinguishing factor about King's early years in some respects is because we're part of an all the way through school, we're looking at people joining us as soon as possible, but really to be part of that community from day one. And, like Helen said before, one of the most important things for us as a school is the overwhelming sense of community. And a community is underpinned by our values of good manners, kindness and wisdom. But that all begins in early years. And our setting is lovely, it's beautiful, it's very well appointed, lots of space and lots of shared area and collaboration. But there's so many schools with wonderful facilities across Bangkok, but actually the ethos and the values that go into creating this space and the way that we appoint people is really putting the community at the heart of everything that we do. And with our parent body and our parent community, those real close links make such a difference, because in early years, it's the first time you're meeting families, isn't it? And we really want for that to be a positive introduction to school, not only for the children, but also to the parents. A school is nothing without its parent community. And, one of the things about having parents who stay with us for up to 15 years is that they become part of the school too. And we recognise that there's a lot of experience among the King's staff who've been in big settings before and understand that actually the power of a school actually comes from the parent community that join it. And so as part of our admission procedure and as part of the assessment process, it's very in-depth with the parents. We want the parents to feel like they have a very close link with us. Mr. Banyard does a lot of the initial parent meetings. They see a lot of me. They see a lot of the leadership team in King's, especially the children as well. We spend a lot of time with the children because that close link is what helps everybody feel that they have a voice and are able to do the right thing for all the children in our care. And so our early years is underpinned by a play-based principle, and our curriculum and assessment is informed by the UK system. So we have the curriculum and assessment framework from the EYFS profile that we assess the children at in reception. And in pre-nursery and nursery, we use a document called the Birth to 5 Matters, which is a developmental skills map for children from birth to 5. And that really informs everything that we do, and we try to put the children at the absolute centre of everything. And that comes from really nice classroom bases where the children have not too big. I think the pre-nursery is 15 children, the nursery is 17 children, and the reception is capped at 20. They're quite hard caps, there's not really much flexibility in those, and our ratios are very high. So for the pre-nursery, we have 4 adults to 1 child, and in the nursery we have 5 to 1, and in reception we also have around about 7 to 1 as well. So we've got approximately 3 to 4 adults per class looking after the children and ensuring that their needs are taken care of, but also alongside that are being upskilled and trained with the latest in early years teaching practices and methodologies to ensure that our second language learners, our first language learners are all being supported with their language development, their physical development and their social development. And so that's something that's been really interesting to us being a new school and having everyone coming on board And within a very short period of time, the school is full. We have an incredible amount of staff and an incredible amount of children and parents all joined together in this community of kindness, and it's been an absolutely wonderful journey so far, and it's an absolute privilege really to be at the third year already, and to have so much interest from the local community too, in how the school works. And the children in early years, depending on the level, so if you're in pre-nursery, nursery or reception, the children have an incredibly rich specialist program that contributes into obviously the school's later ECA and co-curricular development. But for pre-nursery, for example, they have Thai lessons, they have music lessons, they have swimming lessons, they have physical development lessons, and that's same for the nursery. And in reception, we add things like Mandarin, we have library time, and we also have extracurricular activities after school for the reception children twice a week. So as you can see, the steps build up over time. So within all the way through school, that's really what you want to see, is that the children are taken through this program, building on their skills with layers and layers and layers. And we're really excited about the next couple of years as these children come through the school, because this is our first cohort that will be leaving reception this year and joining the primary school, and we're incredibly proud of those children for sure.
And so when we talk about the importance of that first cohort, what has early years given them that has prepared them for entering into the primary years, like help them to develop, familiarize them with the school? What are all those pieces around for a parent who may be considering, maybe I just want to start in the primary rather than also participating in early years?
Of course, and that's a really valuable question. First and foremost, we want the children to be happy, we want them to be confident, and we want them to be able to be critical, collaborative, and problem-solving children, ready for whatever the challenges of inquiry-based curriculum are in primary. We support that development through the pre-nursery, nursery and reception, with very much a long-term aim to making and supporting the children to become confident English speakers, which begins in pre-nursery. And I'm really proud of actually, I was in pre-nursery 3 years ago. So my class in pre-nursery now, who may have come into school not speaking any English, are entering reception almost fluent. So really it's about supporting that language development in very deliberate and targeted ways. We use an English sign language system called Makaton that everybody uses to be very deliberate about their vocabulary and linguistic development, so that we ensure that the children are provided with a good base of language development before joining the primary school. Phonics, of course, for reading, writing. Our mathematics approach is very much based on the CPA approach, which is concrete, pictorial and abstract, which helps the children have a real breadth of skill before they come into year one. So they are able to manipulate numbers in a real variety of ways, and that really feeds into the primary system of white rows. So we try and do a lot of the pre-skills so that the children are ready to engage in concepts that they have the skills for but have never put together. So it's really about, when they come to that year one, it's putting those things that they've been learning all the time in 3 years and early years, and now we're using them in different ways. And that's really the powerful bit about having an early year so closely aligned with the primary school.
What are some of the common concerns that you hear from parents about considering early years? Things like, attachment, things like, is this too early for them? Will they fit in? As you said, the language piece, what are some of those top concerns?
I think that a lot of the first concerns is usually about, I'm not sure if they're speaking enough English, and so that's usually what I'll say. It's like, trust me, it's a 3-year program. Please don't worry. The other things that parents tend to worry about is, are they ready for being in all the way through school? Because often the scale can feel quite daunting if you've come from a 2-form or a 1-form entry kindergarten. And usually the advice I give there is, while it may feel and look big, actually the centre of community comes from the classroom. And that's why we have such high ratios. That's why we have such close relationships with our pastoral care, because we really want the parents and the children to feel very much part of their classroom base. And over time, we build up that sense of community. So we really try and bring people in that way. One of the other things that, I think post-COVID, people have been more worried about is, ensuring that the children are getting enough active and social time. It's really about prioritizing children's social relationships now, their physical development now, because for the last 2.5 years, those have been limited. So it's about trying to provide those experiences in a way that the children can take the most out of them. And that's something that we take very seriously. We've got a wonderful physical development specialist, and we have lots of other really enthusiastic and passionate people who've done things like we've had the Serpentarium come to visit. We've installed a climbing wall for the children to be able to develop their climbing skills and really push their physical development in other ways. It's part of our ECA program. So we really try and be responsive to the needs of the children that we have, and to listen to the concerns of our community too.
Fantastic. Raj, I want to ask this question because I just want to put it out there. I know that you're the head of early years, but there's a woman named Haley who has asked around how similar or different the teachings are, or the school is, basically the curriculum is in Bangkok, rather than as opposed to the King's School in the UK. For example, she's asking about secondary and secondary school specifically, but would we find that in early years as well? Would we find a real match if we were to go to London?
So that's really interesting. I was actually in London visiting King's and several other leading Southwest London schools during October, and it was more of a fact-finding thing for me. And actually, we do share a lot of similarities in terms of our approach to student outcomes. We really want children to be supported and challenged to develop the highest academic possibilities that we can, and we do share a range of methodologies to do that in terms of our assessment procedures, how we track data, how we talk to our teachers about improving learning. So a lot of those systems and procedures are very, very similar, if not the same. We do also lean on them quite a lot for advice on what do you think we should do next about an assessment procedure, or how we can have further impact on the curriculum. I think the way that we significantly differ is that in the UK, part of the UK network of schools is they have an entrance exam called the 7+. Now, we are fortunate we don't have to have an entrance exam called the 7+, because we're not a UK Southwest London school. So that takes away some of the pressure from early years in that respect to pass the 7+. Whereas we don't have to do that, which is obviously much better for our children. So we get the best, in my opinion, of both worlds.
Fantastic. Raj Latva, you are the head of the early years at King's College. Can't thank you enough for taking time out of your busy day to speak with us here on the Summit today. And we will be directing any other questions about that program to you directly. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. I'm now going to bring our next school up to talk about here. And that next school is Regents International School in Pattaya. Regents International School Pattaya, which is in Chonburi, is a proud member of the Nord Anglia family of premium schools. Regents is a supportive and stimulating place to learn, where your child will shape their own journey to academic success. Their day and boarding school, which caters to children from the ages of 2 to 18, has been the most successful and sought-after educational institution in the Eastern Seaboard for over 25 years. At Regents Pattaya, they understand every student is different. They also know that your child will achieve more when they're happy and doing what they love. That's why they offer an unrivaled choice of subjects, 2 distinct pathways at sixth form, and a breadth of experiential adventures beyond the classroom. Combined with their award-winning well-being support, your child will benefit from an education that takes them wherever they want to go in life, including their first choice university. At their state-of-the-art campus, their talented team of teachers delivers the option of the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program, or A-levels at sixth form, and the EdExcel and Cambridge IGSCE curricula for 15 to 16-year-olds. This provides students with the best possible springboard to their choice of internationally renowned universities. They provide children with a truly multilingual education, teaching English, Thai, Spanish, French, Mandarin, Korean, and Russian. Their outstanding facilities, including high-tech science labs and a vibrant creative arts center, provide the perfect environment for their innovative focus on STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics learning. And I am very happy to be joining me here, Miss Susan. Is it Deneen? I apologize that I do not know everybody's family name perfectly here. Is it Deneen?
It is Deneen, yes. Thank
I
you,
love it when I
Stephen.
get it right for the first time. That's so great.
Thank you very much for that introduction.
Well, no, thank you. That was, I love these, you know, the blurs that people put together for these schools. It's absolutely fantastic. Regents International School, Pattaya. And Susan, as you're the director of admissions and marketing,
Yes.
you know, as I've offered to the other individuals who've been putting their schools out there today, in your own words, for, you know, the first 30 seconds here, what does it mean to be at Regents Pattaya?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it was in the intro, actually, is what I would say. But you know, I think for me, one of the things that stands out for our school and the conversations that I have with families that come to talk to us and are interested in the school is the fact that we are an inclusive school, but we do have very high academic achievement, and we have done for many, many years. So, you know, despite being an inclusive school, not all of our students are sort of the A-star typical student. What we're about is making sure that all of our students can achieve their best and get to, you know, our ultimate objective is to help them on the right pathway to get to their university of choice, doing whatever it is that they're passionate about in terms of their subject options. So I think our program is very much tailored to achieve that for our students. So, you know, it's about being able to stretch students that need it or support the students that need more help, perhaps. You know, making sure that many of our students need additional English support. They come to us with very little English. So it's about having the program that helps them to improve those English language skills so that they can be successful academically as well. You know, but it's much more than that for us. It's about developing many of those skills in children, about being inquisitive, about being problem solvers. You know, STEAM is a very important part of our program for us because we think, you know, it's not just about being good at maths. It's knowing how to use all of your skills to be able to solve those real world problems. And we think that's the skill set that our children really need for the future. So it's having those programs, you know, so things like the option choices, the subject choices that we have, the languages that we teach, the EAL support that we have, the fact that we're one of the only schools to offer this choice at sixth form between the A-level or the International Baccalaureate Diploma, for example, you know, and all of the programs that we can do because we're part of the Nord Anglia group of schools. So, you know, some people might not realise Nord Anglia now have about over 80 international schools throughout the world. So that makes us a very big schools group, and we have all of that support behind us as the school here in Thailand. So it means we, you know, we can recruit the best teachers because we can offer them the best support in terms of their own professional development as well. So I think many of the programs and things that we have in place at the school are there to support our children and to give them the best opportunity to be successful for the future.
It's hard to find a follow-up question there. You kind of put it all on the table. But I do encourage everyone, if you are listening to us on Facebook, I still see a bunch of you in the room here. So Facebook or YouTube, please feel free to put your comments or questions into the chat there. We do see them and I'm happy to ask them here. Next question for you though is, juxtapose for me the difference between Chonburi and Bangkok. You know, why would we want to choose Pattaya, you know, in that environment over sort of, you know, the more where the base of Thailand is, like, or maybe you could say, what are some of the challenges, advantages, disadvantages, etc. of those?
Okay. I mean, yes, I mean, many of our families are here at our school because they actually live here in the area or they work here in the area. So, you know, we're one of the international schools here for them to choose between. But we are a boarding school as well. So we do have students that actually travel from Bangkok and other parts of Thailand actually to actually board with us. And we have a lot of different options for boarding. So students can stay with us sort of Monday to Friday and return home for the weekend. or they can stay with us throughout the term. And we do also have a very flexible option. You know, many of our parents are very busy working people who may travel quite a lot, and boarding can actually be a really good option, especially for maybe older students in their exam years. Parents don't want to interfere with their academic progress, and so we can also offer boarding temporarily, so you know, for a week or a few weeks, to make sure that their education isn't being interrupted because of family plans, work plans, and so on. So that's a good option for some of our families as well. I mean, for us, Bangkok is a fabulous area, especially for our boarding students. You know, it's part of a big tourist area all the way down this coast, so there's lots and lots of activities for our students to get involved in, particularly our boarding students, because you've got all of those holiday activities and resources to hand. So for our boarding students in particular, it's a great location. And of course, we would say as well that some of the advantages from being in Bangkok, you know, we're out of that big city environment, out of the traffic, out of the pollution, you know, so it's, you know, we're a very green, rural kind of setting. You know, our school is surrounded by palm trees and tapioca fields. It means we have more space as a campus as well, because obviously space in a big city like Bangkok is at a premium, whereas here we have a little bit more space available to us. So we have quite a large campus. We're all on one site, and it's a nice greenfield site. It's a lovely place to be. So, you know, I mean, it really depends on the family and their needs and their location. But I think we are a good option, particularly maybe if you are based in Bangkok, but you would like to get your children out of that big city. This can be a very good option for a weekly boarding student.
Fantastic. Michelle Tan has a question for you, which is, we know that you're part of the Nord Anglia group. Tell us how that advantages you or gives you connections with other schools in Bangkok, or, you know, those types of things.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I think one of the strongest positives for us is with our teacher quality, because we're part of a major school group. We're really able to recruit top quality teachers. They want to work for an international school group that's as wide a spread as us. We have, you know, our own course at Oxford for our teachers to get postgrad qualifications and further professional development. And of course, there's career opportunities for them as well around the world. So for us, it means we're able to recruit, perhaps, you know, if we were a standalone school in Pattaya, teachers might not be so interested, but because we're part of this large education group, it gives us the opportunity to recruit the best. So it really means we have good quality teachers, and the vast majority of our teachers are British. We do employ some native speakers for our modern languages program, but they're all fully qualified QTS teachers that we employ here at the school. But there's many advantages for our students as well in terms of the programs that they can get involved in. So we run a lot of programs as Nord Anglia to give our students access to do all sorts of exciting and adventurous trips. For example, we've just literally had a group last week who climbed Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania. You know, so there's some absolutely, wow. You know, we've had students go off to Switzerland on a skiing and trekking trip. They've been to Japan. You know, we've had trips all over the world that we're able to run because we're part of the Nord Anglia group. So, and they're meeting students from other Nord Anglia schools, which I also think is a great experience. Part of Phobisia, because we're a part of that big group as well, means that a lot of it's not just about sports for Phobisia. People sometimes think it is, but you know, all those sports competitions, but there's maths competitions and English story writing, poem competitions with lots of other British international schools in Asia. And also we have a Nord Anglia platform for our students called Global Campus, which is an online platform which has many different courses, activities for our students to get involved with, where they can work on things with other groups and other students throughout the world. So that's a unique program that our students get access to by being part of our school. And of course, perhaps, very key for us is that other large groups are interested in working with us. So, for example, we work with the Juilliard School in New York, the top school for performing arts. And they've actually worked on our performing arts curriculum for all of the Nord Anglia schools. And they also train our performing arts teachers. And we do get visits from their specialists as well. So, performing arts we feel are really important for student development. Even if you've no plans to be an actor or a singer, that doesn't really matter. Those are really important skills for students to learn. It improves their confidence, their ability to express themselves and problem solve as well, and be creative. So we think performing arts are important for all students. And we also work with MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, one of the top universities in the world. And they have developed the STEAM program with Nord Anglia. So STEAM, as you said in the introduction, is this idea of using science, technology, engineering, art, and math, and combining all of those various subject areas for our students to be problem solvers and being creative. So MIT have done something similar to Juilliard. They've worked with us on the curriculum that we offer our students, and they also train our teachers in the delivery of STEAM. So, there's many advantages there of being part of this Nord Anglia group.
Cool. Final question for you from Tess Sorbello is, roughly what percentage of the students board at Regents?
Well, we're a student body of about 900 and we have about 50 boarders.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Susan, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to speak with us today. It's been very enlightening and educational. I mean, I didn't know that you were with Juilliard and MIT. That's fantastic. But thank you so much. And now we have our video presentation for Regents Pattaya.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you, everybody.
Regents is not a traditional education. We pride ourselves in transforming teaching and learning. This is about the teacher being a facilitator and really helping the children develop those 21st century skills.
One of the great parts about our school here is not just the wonderful academic aspect inside the classroom, but we can draw on the expertise of our collaborations with Juilliard, with MIT and with Round Square that focus on actually developing a whole child.
I have friends from all over the world. They bring their different talents and culture into our learning, and that's really great.
The International Baccalaureate Diploma Programme has been at Regents for a number of years. With the diploma, our students are able to go on to any university around the world. It's fundamental in terms of developing the students across a breadth of subjects.
One of the reasons my parents chose Regents is because the vast opportunities that Regents present to the students. Every year we have a Round Square trip, and all these trips have really opened my eyes into service work.
Round Square is an organisation that was started about 50 years ago that believed that students didn't necessarily just need academic skills when they left school. They need a sense of compassion, they need to offer service to others, they need a bit of adventure in their lives.
We had looked at several different schools within the area. I felt quite confident that we were coming to a nice, warm community. There's not a day that goes by where I can think that my children haven't loved being here.
I think that my times in Regents has not only developed me in the classroom, but also developed me to become more well-rounded person.
We are educating our students in a whole host of different values that are going to help them make decisions in their future.
In 2009, I was a gap student here at Nord Anglia, and having spent the year here and seeing the opportunities that children had, I went straight back to get my teaching degree and came back to Nord Anglia. Seeing how someone was able to get the best out of children and show them what they are capable of doing, that's something that really resonated with me. Pattaya itself has pretty much everything anyone could want. I'm here with my wife, Teresa. The great joy of being able to work here is that I don't have to compromise in terms of what I do socially, what I do professionally. I really get the opportunity to experience everything I want to experience.
We were able to embrace them as a teaching couple and really help them get to know the area, get to know the school.
One of the major benefits of working at Regents International School Pattaya is it's part of the Nord Anglia umbrella.
Our teachers have the opportunity to continue to learn, to continue to strive for excellence.
I've got aspirations to go further, and I certainly think this is a place that could develop me. I'm able to draw on the expertise of a number of people on a global basis from schools all around the world.
The professional learning opportunities he's had has really given him the confidence to take his teaching to the next level.
We collaborate with MIT, which is geared all towards STEAM. We've done a lot of project-based learning, and I want to teach them the explicit skills and show them what they are capable of doing. We're preparing them for a world that we don't know what it's going to be yet. In the end, the things that the children achieved were far beyond my expectations. I really get the opportunity to experience everything I want here at Regents, and I absolutely love every single second of it.
Contrary to popular belief, the IB isn't an elite programme. It's an incredibly inclusive programme that offers so many different subjects for the children to be able to choose. The IBDP is one of the best qualifications prior to university, what they call the IB Core, which constitutes extended essay, theory of knowledge and creativity, action and service. It sets students up to university far better than any other qualification.
The IB is a rigorous program, but it is most definitely rewarding. The course has really taught me how to remain organized, to manage my time well, and it has put a lot of weight on remaining balanced. It's really nice to see how you develop as a student, but also as a person throughout these 2 years.
We knew that Regents was the right school for our daughter, but being based in Bangkok, the commute wasn't actually an option for us. We were very happy to find that boarding was available at Regents.
We found a place where the environment was very different from Bangkok, away from some pollution, more space, much more suitable for a child to grow and to mature.
Our boarders have access to additional support during their prep time, where teachers help with their specialist subjects. We have fantastic facilities at the school, and the boarders have access at the evenings and at weekends. Boarding is something that is very special. You can really make a difference in helping a child become a very successful adult.
As a boarder, I have learned responsibility and developed independence and made lifelong friends. I feel like Regents is my second home.
And that was a fantastic presentation. I want to remind everyone that, as a part of our summit here, we have many interesting opportunities that some of the schools are offering us. And Regents International School Pattaya has this promotion that is exclusive only to the people who are viewing our summit today. And you can see here that promotion is a waiver of enrollment fees, a 60,000 baht for pre-nursery receptions, and 107,000 baht for year 1 to year 13. And all you have to do is go over there and contact Susan, who's the head of marketing and admissions anyway. But that is exclusive to everyone who is at our summit today, and we thank them for that promotion and that presentation. Now, next up, my friends. Apologize. We have our friends over, and my video is off. We have our friends at Regent International School. Oh, I have to put the correct people on the screen. I apologize. I have a whole lot of people in the background here, but I want to introduce you first. And so give me a few seconds to introduce Regents here. Regents International School Bangkok on Rama 9 and Langsung campus. One of Thailand's leading international schools, is a day and boarding school for children aged 2 to 18 years. They're passionate about developing the whole person through academic, physical, cultural, and social experiences. They are guided by the British curriculum from the early years foundation stage, leading to IGCSEs. Post-16, they adopt the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program. Regents works hard to cultivate a friendly, happy family atmosphere while not shirking from hard work and high standards. The school vision and mission are closely aligned to the status as a round square school, as you have heard before. The approach guides students into becoming well-rounded, informed, responsible, principled, and confident global citizens. They do this by developing international understanding, empathy, and tolerance for all cultures, democratic governance and justice, environmental stewardship, adventure, motivating self-discovery and courage, leadership with courage and compassion, and service to others. And I have here joining me Andy Edmonds, I apologize, who is the principal at Regents International School, and Matthew, I hope it's Heiter. Is it Heiter or Hater? Hater, okay. Head of admissions and marketing at Regents as well. So gentlemen, thank you for joining me today.
It's great to be with you, Stephen. Thanks for having us.
Let me offer you the opportunity that we've had with the other schools that we've seen this morning for you to give us the 30, 60 seconds on what does it mean to be at Regents to you? Like, we've heard the blurb. That's easy to write as the marketing team. What's, in your mind, what does it mean?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's really useful for us to have the opportunity to be here today and to talk about our school. I've been at Regents Bangkok now since last August, and my first year in the school. We've come to Bangkok together as a family. So I am both the principal and also get to be a parent of the school. I've got 3 children at school, and it's been a really fantastic experience so far. What I've learned about the school is that it is a really friendly family environment. My children are really settled and having a great time. And for any school, as a parent, particularly as a parent in a new country, in a new city, that is such an important and reassuring thing that your children are happy and enjoying themselves. And whether I'm the school principal or not, that's the number one thing for me. So our motto as a school is that we are helping to develop the well-rounded leaders of the future. And for us, that means that we look at success for our school, not just as at 18. It's not just about packing the kids off to university with good qualifications and saying, okay, there you go, well done, thanks very much. For us, we look at our purpose as preparing children much more for adult life, not just going to university, but being successful at university, being successful in their careers. And we've reflected on how we decide whether a school is a good school or not, and how you think about that. And for us, it's not about seeing our children just here in school, seeing the happy faces, the enjoyment. For us, it's about reflecting on what happens when our children are 30, 40 years old. Are they good husbands and wives and partners? Are they good parents? Are they good employees or employers? What kind of contribution do they make to society generally? And so that's what drives us. That's what really focuses us as a school. It's about developing the characteristics in young people that enable them to be the kind of people we would really want to live with, work with, and be associated with. And so, you know, that's why we're part of Brown Square. That's why we really focus on the relationships that we have in our school with our students, with our staff, and we've got great teachers, mostly from the UK, but who really have the vision in their hearts. But also then our relationship with our community, and we see ourselves very much as a community school, and that relationship we have with our parents, that you know, the picnics they have here at school after the end of the school day, using our facilities, enjoying that atmosphere together. That's something I think is just really special about what we have. And then finally, that boarding provision we have, that opportunity that we have to bring children together from different nations, living together, working together, experiencing that fantastic atmosphere that we have. So that for me is our school in a nutshell. But really it's about that longer term vision that we have of who we want young people to really become.
Mr. Matthew, is there anything that you'd like to add to that? I mean, that was a pretty complete package there, so I'm not sure exactly what you'd add.
Yeah, just to add on exactly what Mr. Andy said, it's pretty much, I have two boys here as well, and like you said in your opening statement, words, marketing team can write anything. It's actually having my boys here and seeing them thrive here. You know, you can't fake that. So you have to feel it. Yeah.
Fantastic. We have a question from Jacqueline Knacker for you, which is, what other secondary pathways do you offer?
So I'll answer that one. So we are an IB DP school. So our children at 16 will take GCSEs, and then we offer the IB diploma after that, and that is a wonderful qualification. We're also looking into offering an alternative pathway for students for whom the IB might not be the right choice, and we recognise that, you know, that's not what everybody wants, and we're looking at the BTEC option, particularly in business, for those students, and we've got some really useful interest on that. But essentially, we do want to provide pathways for children that meet their needs. It's not a one-size-fits-all opportunity, and so that's what we're trying to do at Regents.
Fantastic. Talk to me about the size of the campus, the student body, the diversity. What do those types of things look like?
So currently right now we have around 700 total students. About 10 or so, 15% is at the boarding house. And we're pretty much evenly divided between the secondary and primary buildings. And we have over 35 nationalities right now of students in our student body. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're about 65% local students, as Thai students, and the rest come from students from all over Asia and around the world. We're particularly proud of our connections with countries like Armenia and Bhutan, and that's part of our scholarship program and the Global Connect pathways that bring students to Thailand to have the high quality education that we have, but also enriches our school, having those nations as well.
Well, that's interesting. What other ways is Regent set apart from some of the other options in Bangkok? Are there particular after school activities that you have? Are there particular, as you said, the scholarship program that you have, or some other ways that you'd like to highlight the ways that you differentiate yourself?
I think for us, our membership in Round School is a really integral part of what we are as a school. Now, Round Square is an organization of around 250 schools around the world that work together based on the principles and ideals of a chap called Kurt Hahn, who said that be more than you can be. And so it's about developing the attributes in students, about developing their ability to lead, to understand environmental issues, to understand adventure, service, and those kinds of things. And that means that for us, we have GAP students from around the world come and work with our students. They get to meet people from different parts of the world. We've got some Colombians working with us at the moment, some students from Germany, those kinds of things. But also we enable our students to do real exchanges with schools in other parts of the world. And we're just about to launch that in a couple of weeks with our year 8s. We're going to give them opportunities to go to schools in South Africa, Jordan, Australia, the United States. And so they can go and experience those other schools, and then we will have the opportunity to welcome youngsters from those countries and those schools in our school for a period of weeks, so that we can really build relationships, lifelong, lasting relationships with people from around the world.
Fantastic. Mr. Matthew, I want to give you the opportunity for the last word. Is there, as someone who is in the admissions department, what are one or two of the most common questions that you receive from parents who are either interested in transferring into or, starting their kids at Regents?
The number one question is usually the curriculum, of course, the quality of the teachers here. Second would probably be safety, safety concerns for the children. Those are usually the top ones, because by the time they've come visiting us, they've already cut through the other checklists of location, tuition, and things like that. But yeah, most of the questions, the top two would be definitely curriculum in terms of what we offer. If it's a British curriculum, is it Singapore curriculum, American curriculum? Do we offer the IB, the A levels? Do we offer AP? What do we offer? And then the next question is safety for the child. It's two of the biggest concerns that I get.
Fantastic. Mr. Andy Evans and Mr. Matthew Hayter, I apologize. It's amazing how quickly this morning flies by for me here when we have so many schools, but I really can't thank you enough for taking time out of your morning to speak with us. But now it's time to move on to your video presentation. So thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, and welcome to Regents International School, Bangkok. My name is Andy Edmonds, and I have had the pleasure and honour of being the principal of this school since 2022. Regents International School, Bangkok is a well-known and well-established international day and boarding school in the city of Bangkok in Thailand. We are a school that has an excellent reputation, both nationally and internationally, for delivering a high-quality academic education, as well as developing well-rounded leaders of the future in a holistic, supportive, and family-orientated environment. The school was established in the 1990s and has become a leading international school in this region. We have excellent, highly qualified teachers from across the world, including many from the United Kingdom, who have had experience of working with the British National Curriculum and who are well experienced in the IGCSE program and also in the International Baccalaureate Deployment program. Those teachers come to our school well prepared and enthusiastic to work with our students and to be part of our community. We also have teachers from other parts of the world, Australia, the United States, Canada, and other countries, so that students get a mixed and high-quality experience as they attend our school. The facilities that we have here at Regents International School are excellent. Whether it is our well-equipped science labs, our sports facilities, our specific and purpose-built music and drama and art facilities, or the many classrooms that cater to the different needs of students, the different ages and the different stages in learning. We have everything that we need to provide high quality learning for our children.
My favorite thing about the school is that I like to hang out with my friends and learn interesting subjects in classes. My favorite thing about this school is how friendly and kind everyone is. My favorite subject is math and art. First of all, art, because I like being creative, and in art I get to let my creativity go wild. There are a lot of good teachers in this school. What do I like about the teachers? I think a good teacher is someone who can make us enjoy learning. Someone who can make the subjects exciting. At Regents, the teachers know how to make the subject fun. I like how kind and humorous they are to help us study and make us entertained while we are studying either something like literature or math.
I really like the school environment. I feel that Regents is like a very large family. We're tightly knitted. And what I really like about Regents is that everyone is really close, and we're like a family, and everyone is very warm and welcoming.
The one word to describe it is welcoming.
Similar to Harry Potter, we have 4 houses. We have the green crocodile, the best house if I may say so myself, yellow tiger, red dragons, and the blue house.
First of all, she's from greenhouse, which means she's Slytherin. You're the bad guy. What the house system introduces to us is the fact that in a house there's students from every single year group, which means that there will always be big brother, big sister, and little brother and little sister. And houses events such as house competitions, it gives students an opportunity to help those younger than them or ask help from those older than them.
So the Regents Medical Volunteer Society is a group of aspiring doctors. It is established originally as a CAS project, part of the IB diploma program. However, it has evolved to become a school-based organization with the support of the school.
I have to say, I want to help people. One of the things that money can't buy is health. If I manage to become a doctor, I will have the knowledge and the capability of helping someone in a way that literally almost no one else can. For me, the key word is opportunity. The amount of opportunity that you receive once you join this school, it's tremendous and it's amazing. This school also provides us with a very diverse course of academics, which allows us to try new things out to make sure that what the career path that we've chosen is the one that we truly want.
Regents have offered me countless opportunities to develop my characters and ability that equips me for university. Regents has offered me many chances to hone my leadership skills through positions such as head girl, vice house captain, and vice president of the student council.
Being a Bangkok student here is really cool because we are able to meet lots of new friends from all around the world. I think it's very cool because we are able to learn where they are from and what they like to do. Being a boarding student is like having a second home in Bangkok, where you're always in a safe environment. What I like most about the boarding house is that you have a balanced life. You can do whatever you want for most of the days. We also have a range of different activities to choose from, that we can learn how to manage our time, money, and resources. There are many advantages of being a Bangkok student, such as we are able to learn how to become independent for our future life. We are able to learn new skills that are important to us.
My central role is to make sure that everybody is clear about the school's vision and the direction that we're heading in. So I work closely with the board and the senior leadership team in strategically planning for the future, looking at aspects such as curriculum, enrichment, well-being and campus development. Our key aim all the time is to ensure that our students, all the way from early years to the sixth form, that they are well prepared for university, but also for careers and for the world. In terms of university destinations, our students go to States, they go to Canada, they go to prestigious universities in the UK, but also they go to excellent universities here in Thailand and Southeast Asia.
Hello and welcome to Regent International School, Lang Swan campus. My name is Andy Edmonds and I have the great privilege of being the principal of this wonderful school. We'd like to give you a very warm welcome to our Lang Swan campus here in the heart of Bangkok, Thailand. We are a well-established, popular international school delivering a locally adapted English national curriculum and early years and foundation stage program. We welcome students from around the world and have the pleasure of working with qualified and experienced and high quality teachers from the UK and other English national speaking countries. Our mission is to guide each one of our students to being well-rounded, informed, responsible, principled and confident global citizens. Our vision is to enable each individual student to be able to achieve their potential and to be the best that they can be. What makes Regents, I think, really special is that we have a very personal and caring approach with our children. We ask our teachers to be one-to-one with their children, to know the children really well and to support them as individuals and help them with their learning and developmental process. We invite you as parents and visitors to come and see our school and to visit our Lang Swan campus. You will find my team welcoming, friendly, professional and personal, and we know that you will find any visit to our campus a rewarding and enlightening experience. I hope to see you soon at Lang Swan campus and welcoming you to our beautiful school.
Welcome to Regent's International School, Lang Swan campus. My name is Emma Scott and I'm the Head of Primary and Early Years here in Regents. Research consistently shows that the first 6 years of a child's life are the most influential in determining future learning, behaviour and health. Our beautiful Lang Swan campus, a bespoke, purpose-built and specialist early years campus, is specifically designed to nurture the unique developmental needs of our young learners. At Regents, our children grow to become happy, confident and caring individuals. At Regent, we follow the National Curriculum for England, the EYFS, the Early Years Foundation Stage. This is a series of guidelines that maps the development of children up to 5 years old. Our holistic curriculum approach is truly child-centred, equipping our youngest learners with the skills and the experiences that they require in order to flourish. Our aim is to instill curiosity, a sense of wonder, and an enthusiasm for learning that will lead to continued success in school and in the world beyond.
Thank you so much to our friends at Regents for that presentation. Our next school up is Shrewsbury. Benefiting from a genuinely inspiring and purpose-built environment on the banks of the Chao Phraya River in Sathorn, Shrewsbury Riverside is a well-established and highly successful school that sets the benchmark for international schooling in Thailand. With exceptional facilities from their early years garden to the brand new senior school and purpose-built sports hall, which is opening, Riverside continues to set the standard of excellence. The journey each student at Shrewsbury takes is uniquely diverse, enriching them to become lifelong learners and dedicated members of the community. These skills are exemplified by their exceptional examination results, with 76% of A-level exams taken by Shrewsbury students in 2020 achieving straight A or A grades, over 4 times higher than the UK average. If what you're looking for is a purpose-built primary school for the younger learner, then Shrewsbury City Campus is on Sukhumvit Rama 9 with highly experienced and dedicated teachers and an all-encompassing curriculum. Opened in 2018, students at City Campus benefit from modern facilities that encourage creativity and innovation in an environment where they can thrive. Every student who starts at City Campus has an automatic place at Riverside when they graduate at the end of year 6. And I am very happy to be joined by my friends at Shrewsbury, Amp, who is the Director of Admissions, and Liz, who is the admissions executive at the Riverside campus. Hello, how are you today?
Hello, hi, good morning from Shrewsbury City Campus.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I've offered to the other schools this morning, how about I give you the opportunity to take 30 to 60 seconds here and tell us, we just heard the, sort of the overview of what the city and the Riverside campus are like, but in your opinion, in your words, what are those campuses like to you?
Well, I'm at Riverside campus. We are a through school, so we go from 3 years old in EY1 right the way up to graduating in year 13. So at our school, the children follow the British national curriculum. At the end of year 11, they sit their IGCSEs, and then we do an A-level program for the final 2 years of school before going off all over the world to study for university. At City Campus?
Well, at City Campus, we are purposely built for primary students only. So we start from 2 years old until 11 years old, until they get a guaranteed place at Riverside Campus for year 7 to year 13. And then they're off to, like Liz said, that to all over the universities around the world.
So we are at Riverside in our 20th year, and I believe you are
5th year.
In the
we
5th
just
year.
celebrated that 5th years, yes.
So in year 6, when our students all move up to year 7, all of our Riverside and City Campus year 6 students merge together and go into our senior school.
Yes. So our curriculum, like Liz said, that we follow strictly British curriculum throughout, from nursery up to year 13.
Excellent. We have a question for you already from one of our viewers of the summit right now. And the question is, what is the diversity at Shrewsbury, as I am Thai, but I want my son to learn and speak only English all day as my family is from the UK?
Yes, so at our school we are about 75% Thai, and the rest of our student body is made up with expatriates or foreigners. Many of those families might have lived here for many years. All of the subjects, other than modern foreign language, are delivered in English. So a prerequisite of coming into the school is English proficiency at that age. Certainly when you're 3 years old and you're coming into early years, most of those students communicate by just pointing, so English does not have to be proficient. Whilst we do support English as a second language, you know, you would need to have a good level of English, and all of the students, if you walk around the campus, are speaking to each other in English.
The same standard at City Campus as well. We have around, we have the same ratio of the Thai students and the international students, about 75 for Thai.
Altogether there's about 45, we have 45 nationalities, and the figures that I've just quoted would be potentially half Thai or Thai, and then from that it's UK, American, Indian, Chinese, etc., etc. So it's a global melting pot, but the point is, it is a British curriculum, and English is spoken all throughout the school.
Fantastic. As I said in the beginning, in the introduction, there is a connection between the two campuses. Can you speak to why that's important and how that works?
Our governors were here, last week or the week before, and certainly they were in school the entire time. They came to City Campus as well.
Yes.
They are there to govern us, make sure that we are following the curriculum, and so our relationship with Shrewsbury UK is, quite close. They come twice a year, and we must make sure that we are adhering to their standards.
And our two campuses, we always have quite close connection with each other, with Mr. Miller and Ms. Dennison as principals for both campuses. We always have cross-campus training as well, and we have students from City Campus visit Riverside Campus as well, or Riverside students visit City Campus students as well. So that we have a close connection, close link with each other.
AMP and I will meet regularly as well. So our
exactly.
teams got together last week for a training. There's lots of professional development going on. So we are regularly keeping up to date with what's required from Shrewsbury UK.
And basically, we are one school, two campuses.
Yeah, and talk to me about that as one of the few schools that have campuses in different locations. If I'm a parent, let's just say, that has maybe somebody at the Riverside campus and a child at the City campus, how do I manage that? What facilities do I have in place to make sure that I'm able to participate, that I can connect with them, those kinds of things?
Yeah, so we are in different locations, and that would be why we have two campuses. I think when parents are choosing a school, proximity, location to school is in the top 5 reasons to pick a school. So whilst you want that academic excellence, you don't really want to be schlepping across town for over an hour. So the City campus, being in a different location, enables parents to really tap into the academic offering that Shrewsbury offers, but in a different part of town.
Yes.
By the time the children are year 7 and older, they are able to then get into school quite independently by different means. So not necessarily being hand-delivered by parents. They might come to school on the shuttle boat. Riverside is very accessible.
Or a school bus.
Or the school bus, or via the BTS, or things like that. So I think proximity to school might be quite key when the children are 3 and 4 and 5 years old. If you're asking about having one child in one campus and one in another, when the oldest child graduates city campus in year 6, you are able to move all of your children over.
Yes.
So you wouldn't really want to have a child in each campus. That might be logistically quite tricky. So our policy is when your oldest child graduates year 6, if they've got a younger sibling, then they can move over at the same time.
Yes.
Fantastic. That's really interesting. One of our visitors to the summit today has a question for you, which is, do students follow 2 different streams for A-levels and IB? And do they have separate teachers for each specialist subject?
No, we offer A-levels. It would be really tricky to staff a programme that offered both pathways. I'm not entirely sure how some schools do it, but we are an IGCSE and an A-level school. And, we've got outstanding results. Our students are offered a breadth of subjects. So you may not be a mathematician or a scientist, so you might be really dedicated to the arts or drama or computer science. There is a Catholic range of subjects. So, you don't necessarily have to be doing those heavy core subjects of the sciences and maths to be able to do the A-level programme and to have an outstanding output and go on to a leading university. So we are purely A-level.
Fantastic. What do you have a mobile phone policy?
A what, sorry?
Sorry, a mobile phone policy for.
Oh, yes, actually we do. And recently, I have a daughter in year 13, so she's in her final year. She will graduate soon. And she was telling me about the mobile phone policy through the school. The students can bring a mobile phone to school, but they may not use it during school time. The A-level students upon the 6th form, they are allowed to use their devices because technology is an integral part of studying for those students. They may not use it at any other section in the school. So yes, some of the children that are bringing themselves to school independently will have a mobile device for emergency purposes, picking up, dropping off and that kind of thing, but they're not using them during the daytime.
And as for city campus that we have only junior students, we do not allow them to bring mobile phones to the school. If there is any emergency or any incidents happen in the school, we have a team that we can contact the parents, and we have many numbers of emergency contacts in our system per one family that we can contact. If we can't reach the parents, we can reach out to their family right away.
Excellent. As a school that's been around, as you said, I believe it was for 20 years now in Bangkok. Is that correct?
That's right.
How, as a school that's super well established, well known, et cetera, in the city, tell me about some of the ways that you've kept innovative, your campus has changed, evolved, and some of the ways that you've modernized in order to sort of keep pace with some of the newer schools that have been established recently.
Well, I've only been at Riverside for 2 years, but I did see, I was telling my colleague, I saw Riverside in 2015 when my daughter was visiting for a swimming meet. And then I came back again in 2016 and I was so impressed. I canvassed a lot of the staff to ask what it was like to live in the area. And of course, I wanted to live in Thailand. I did visit several schools and I ultimately picked Shrewsbury as a school that I wanted to settle in because of its location. And actually the student diversity was very attractive to me, and their academic output was very attractive to me. So in terms of renovating, the school is almost finished a full renovation. We've just got the junior campus to update. The pre-prep and the senior school, we've built a brand new multi-million baht innovation centre. We've moved our car park, tunnelled underneath and moved that underground to increase our green space. Our STEM Innovation Centre offers robotics, innovation, computer science, all the sciences, and a stunning sixth form there. So in terms of staff, we are constantly recruiting the world's leading staff members, generally from the UK. The heads of school recently travelled to the UK. They meet the staff who have applied for any vacancies at Shrewsbury, UK, and they are interviewed there. So the rigour there that's applied to employing staff is very strong, and we are helped with by Shrewsbury, UK. So yeah, you've got anything to add?
Well, for
I'm
City
talking
Campus,
too much.
for City Campus, it's quite. In terms of, as we are only primary school, we are quite different from in terms of the senior school and all from Riverside. But of course, we have to journey throughout to senior school. Throughout the journey that I have been with City Campus for 5 years, I've seen a lot of changes in the school, and the one that I'm proud of is the nursery classrooms that we have started last year, and we are quite full already for next academic year as well. So that is something that I'm proud of, that I can see that a lot of changes and a lot of parents paid attention to, that they can start the journey at Shrewsbury from nursery all the way throughout. And of course, like Liz said, the renovation around the school, it's ongoing every summer break. We keep the school as fresh and as new all the time. And our classrooms, especially how we design it, is very, very, very nice, and we get a lot of nature lights from outside as well. So I think that is the highlight of City Campus as well. And our teachers, the turnover of our teachers is very, very less. Even though we've been through COVID phase and COVID situation that happened in the past 2-3 years, but our teachers still with us, and we have around not even up to five teachers that have changed their jobs and all.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so I would say that's probably one of the most undervalued statistic as a parent when you don't ask this question is, what is the staff turnover like? And the reason that's important to retain staff is the continuity for the students and the parents. Yes. But certainly if you are in a school where there's a massive changeover of your student body or your staff body, then that is going to create some blips. You're going to have, if the students are changing over regularly, then you will have knowledge gaps, and they're going to bring that into the classroom, which might hold that class of students back. And the same with teachers. The continuity with them staying, it really lends itself to the academic output. And I think on average our teachers stay 6 years, which is very strong for the international market. And our students, we have our head boy at the moment has been with us since he was 3. And he is now 17. He's British Thai. And, whilst we do have new students coming in, especially for IGCSEs and A-levels, we have almost 20 students this year graduating that arrived with us in EY1.
That's and amazing. It's not just the students as well. I would say that our senior management team have been working with us quite numbers of years. Like Miss Dennison, she's been in Thailand for over 10 years.
12 years, I think.
12 years, yes. So, and our senior management team's been working quite closely for 2 campuses with the knowledge that they have. That's why, they can bring up the Shrewsbury up to the standard that we have.
Fantastic. Yeah. Unfortunately, our time flies so fast this morning, and I was just told that we need to move on to your video presentation, but I can't thank you enough for taking the time out of your morning, both Amp and Liz, for speaking with us.
That's our pleasure.
We will be directing any questions about Shrewsbury to you directly. But now let's
Please
move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Welcome to Shrewsbury International School, Bangkok. Shrewsbury International School, Bangkok has 1 school and 2 campuses. I'm Amanda Dennison, and I'm the founding principal here at City Campus, and before that I was the vice principal and head of the primary school at our Riverside campus. I'm joined today by Mr. Miller. City Campus caters for children from age 2 through to 11. At 11, they have a guaranteed place for year 7 at our Riverside campus with Mr. Miller.
So hi, thanks Amanda. I'm Rob Miller, in my 12th year working for Shrewsbury, Bangkok. Shrewsbury Riverside is the campus that's located in the Sathorn region next to Jarangkrung Road. It offers the British curriculum for children from age 3 up to age 18, and with the older children that includes GCSE qualifications and also A-levels.
City Campus is located in Rama 9 and we offer the early years foundation curriculum and the English national curriculum to all our children. City Campus, our environment is designed specifically for primary age children. That's what makes us very unique within Bangkok. Our early year setting, for example, is just truly magical. The children have access to indoor and outdoor space. The outdoor space, we have a forest school, a splash play, sand pits, and wonderful, wonderful spaces for children to explore. We're passionate about following the children's interests in early years and up through into Key Stage 1 as well. It's through their interests that the children will learn and be passionate about learning in the future. So anything can happen down in early years. It's so exciting. The children even go to the resource cupboard to decide what they want to put out for their learning. And we have open-ended tasks, open-ended playful tasks that the children navigate and decide what they want to do and become very early decision makers. With this great foundation in our early years, as the children move up into Key Stage 1, we continue the children following their interests to a certain degree, because that foundation of decision making, risk taking, having a go, good communication skills and social skills is built upon in terms of the curriculum and their learning and their progression within the curriculum. So as they move up through the school, upper Key Stage 1 and into Key Stage 2, we start a topic-based approach where we contextualise a topic to suit our children, our unique children here at City Campus, and the contextualisation of being a school in Thailand.
So the Riverside campus has been there since 2003 and mirrors the provision of the City Campus in its junior phase. So we have the same sort of creative play-based learning approach down in early years with our new early years garden. And actually the whole pre-prep building in Riverside campus is being refurbished. And then also we mirror the topic-based learning approach at Key Stage 1 and 2. And all the great habits of learning that Amanda's talked about, the students bring up to the senior school at Riverside, where the students at junior school in Riverside are joined by the students at the junior school at City Campus, come together in the senior school. And in the senior school they get taught by specialist teachers in specialist classrooms. And we're really lucky that we've invested 1.1 billion baht in some new facilities for the teaching of students in senior school. And now we're going to share with you a video to take you around some of the new facilities in the senior school on the Riverside campus.
So really proud to share with you that we've opened our very first nursery class which is very exciting to have 2- and 3-year-olds in our school community, and it allows siblings to join the school earlier and new families to join the school. It's ever so popular. Thinking of our early years as well, and I'm scanning around that beautiful garden, we've really enhanced and enlarged the space where our forest school is. So we've got lots of trees and space, green space where the children, well, last time I was down there, in fact, they were camping and making food in our mud kitchen outside and singing songs. It was kind of a very musical theme last time I was down there, but you never know what you're going to find. But our forest school is an excellent space, and 2 of our teachers are actually being trained in forest school teaching, which is quite an extensive programme and qualification to receive. Primary building, we've got a brand new science lab that's up and running with a new science leader who's really, really passionate about it, with our first science fair taking place in a couple of weeks. And we've also got our new orchestra programme that I believe you've also got at Riverside. We're sort of mirroring that programme that's happening. So we've got a lovely, lovely, small but beautiful orchestra developing. Rob, how about you?
Yeah, so we have the same orchestra programme at Riverside. It mirrors the one at City Campus. So students from age 7 actually get given an instrument by the school to learn that year. They actually learn it as part of their curriculum music lessons in the school. We actually see quite a lot of it at the moment out in the school. And it's allowed them to really develop the skills of both mastering the instruments but also a bit of music making. So the time they get older, when they're around sort of 10, 11, they've got the skills, all of them, to join any one of the ensembles or orchestras that's available either in the junior school, as it is in City Campus, or in the senior school at Riverside. So the facilities are amazing and it's brilliant, but actually none of that matters without our fantastic teaching staff across both campuses. We put a lot of time and effort into recruiting the best teachers possible. They're all incredibly experienced, all fully qualified, mostly from the UK actually, and we devote an enormous amount actually to offering them even more training experiences at the school. They're really, really passionate about their teaching, whether they are subject specialists in the senior school at Riverside or whether they're junior school teachers down in early years at the City Campus. And now that they have these amazing facilities on both sites, it really allows the students incredible opportunities to learn with these incredible teachers in these incredible facilities, and offers them opportunities really to learn all the way through the school up to the oldest year groups, where they're preparing for universities that have very similar facilities to the facilities we've got at the school. And our track record in terms of getting students from the school into amazing world-class institutions is incredibly consistent. I think in the time that I've been here, we've had nearly 50 students go on to Oxford and Cambridge University. Overall, about half of our graduates go on to university in the UK. Sort of around about a third will go on to colleges in the US, including places like Stanford and Yale, Berkeley. And also we have around 15% going on to universities in Thailand, and those actually are mostly students who are interested in medicine. So the co-curricular programme is echoed also at Riverside. I think every day we've got somewhere around over 50 activities going on with the students, everything from Current Affairs Club, which I run actually, through to Cross Stitch Club. Also big sport, music and drama programmes, just like they've got at City Campus. We also run the International Award, which is an international version of the Duke of Edinburgh's Awards that's run in the UK. We also run the Extended Project Qualification, up for our oldest students, which allows them to pursue a research project of their own choice. We've had everything from building a canal across Thailand to developing anti-cancer drugs. It's one that I recently supervised as well.
Thank you for listening to us. That summarises what we have to say about Shrewsbury, Bangkok. There's a link on the screen which will take you to our website, which will tell you all about our admissions processes and how to get in touch with our team if you would like to come and meet us and hear more about our campuses and have a tour round. We look forward to meeting you. But that's all from today. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for our friends over at Shrewsbury. Our next school that up today is St. Andrew's International School, Bangkok. St. Andrew's International School Bangkok is one of 73 schools in the Nord Anglia education family. They offer a British educational curriculum with an international perspective that begins in nursery and leads up to IGCSE examinations in year 11 and culminates with the International Baccalaureate Diploma after completing year 13. They are an inclusive school that invites children from all backgrounds and abilities to participate in the educational offerings on their diverse campus. And I am happy to have with me Mr. Bartek Moskwa. How are you, sir?
Hi, nice to see you again.
Okay, excellent. It's sorry you guys are a little small back there for me,
yeah.
But I just wanted to make sure that I could see and hear you.
I'm also here with William Taylor, who will be speaking soon as well about our IB program and any other questions that we might stumble onto during our conversation today.
Fantastic. And I want to remind everyone, we still have quite a few people in the room today. If you are on Facebook or you are on YouTube right now, and you do have a question for St. Andrews, please put it in the chat there. We're happy to answer them live. And get the inside scoop, so to speak, from, the people who are working there. Mr. Bartek, let me ask you, as I have with everybody else, it's easy to read the blurb about St. Andrews, Bangkok. But why don't you tell us from your perspective, what does it mean to be on the campus? What does it mean to be a part of this school?
Well, first, I'd like to update some of the information you provided, maybe since the last time we had a chance to talk. So now we actually have 81 schools around the world. Not that it makes a big difference between 73 and 81, but I also wanted to let families know, they probably know St. Andrews. We've been here in Bangkok for 25 years. Our original campus is now our primary school. That's on Sukhumvit 71. So if you've been down that area, that is now children from age 2 until age 11 are now in that campus. And in 2017, we moved to where Mr. Will and I are at the moment, which is the secondary campus. We call it our high school. Surely, if you've been on the BTS SkyTrain, you would have seen our campus when you're going between Ekamai and Prakanong stations. So this is now home to students from year 7 until year 13. So obviously that was a big step for us in 2017. Really, the school doubled in size in terms of number of students. We're now one of the bigger schools here in Thailand, international schools, I think the second biggest international school. But I came here 6 years ago. I still feel like we have a small school feel. A lot of the same school leaders that have been here. Mr. Will has been here for 15 years, but our head of school has been here for over 20. So our head of high school is around the same, and also at our primary school. So they really were here when we were really just a very small community school. And for us, that's something that was really important, that when we grew and doubled in size in the last 5 years, we wanted to retain that community school feel where parents do feel that they're part of a community. It's a very stable community in terms of the leadership. Everyone on the senior leadership team has been here for anywhere between 12 to 20 years. I think we benefit as well from a change in ownership in the school that happened in many number of years ago, where Nord Anglia Education is that helps us to manage the school, and that's why we say we're part of 81 schools, because it's something that the children do get a chance to benefit from, and that happens through some of the wonderful collaborations we have. So those collaborations include MIT. So that's something that we get some great visits from some of the MIT professionals, and also Juilliard, which supports our music and our dance and music. I'm trying to think of this, not art, sorry. Well, I'll get back to it in a moment.
The performing arts.
Yeah, it's basic performing arts. And so when they come, and drama, sorry. I didn't want to leave out drama. We just had a big performance last week. So Juilliard comes to visit us. They think they really help us with recruiting some very, very strong teachers, and with all schools would agree that the mark of a great school are the teachers who are actually working with the children. I think that being a part of Nord Anglia really helps us to recruit some strong and teachers who share the same vision about St. Andrews. We're very much an inclusive school, as you mentioned in the blurb that we provided for you, and it's something that's very important to us. We want to be able to work with students of all abilities, and so we have families who come to visit us, and they may have some children who have strengths in different areas, and in other areas they might need lots of support. And at the school, that's something that now, being one of the bigger schools, we can provide that support for students in many different areas, whether it's obviously language support, but if there's any learning needs that need to support, we have that in place as well.
Could you maybe dive a little deeper, because we actually have someone, Kanitha is asking if you can tell her about learning support opportunities for her child if they fall behind.
Of course, yeah. So we have a few different streams. So we have a high needs program in the primary school that we call the STARS program, and when they move into high school, it's an Embracing Differences program. And so this allows us to cater to the students with the highest levels of need. And it allows us to bring in expertise, whether it's learning specialists or therapists that work alongside the children who would benefit most from this support. But it also allows us then for these same individuals to support other students who may be finding some areas of learning a little bit more of a challenge. They need a little bit more support, or in some cases, maybe there was some learning issues that were previously undiagnosed, and it's something that we have our expertise within the school that can help to support those children. And it's not something where we would ask the child then to go to an external provider. We're very happy to work alongside families who have children who might require some additional support. So having those experts within the school allows us to support children of the highest needs, but actually it's children of any needs within from just maybe they're finding some areas a little bit more challenging in a maths lesson, for example. We might have some pull-out support for students who just need a little bit of a boost. And that also works for the after-school program. So there's a lot of academic after-school programs that help support children who might need that extra support. And of course, all the other fun stuff that they get to do in terms of sport and art and music, technology. Our after-school program is also very much inclusive. So it means that we have multiple teams in sports specifically for children who are already experienced in that area, and they just want to make friends and continue to develop their interest. And also, if they're new to a sport, they'll come to join that sport as well. It's something that's really important to us, that children get those opportunities, and they'll find other children who are at that same level of interest and maybe that same experience, and they'll enjoy, they'll learn, and they'll have a great experience in school, and hopefully find some things that they're very, very passionate about, which eventually, when they get to the final 4 years of school and they're choosing their IGCSE options, they will know what really drives them, or where their passion lies, rather than making blind choices about, well, maybe I'll like to do dance. Well, we offer dance as an IGCSE, and if children have been with us for a long time, they would have had plenty of opportunities for dance within the curriculum. But then, of course, after school as well, maybe they would have joined the dance team as an example. And of course, the other academic subjects, that maybe they would have had a chance to extend themselves beyond just their curriculum time throughout the primary school and even through Key Stage 3. And then, of course, once they get to IB, which we have our IB expert here today, we can talk a little bit more about that. Hopefully by then, they will feel quite confident about the direction that they'd like to go, certainly at St. Andrews, and then beyond, when they're looking at placements at universities around the world.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, it's amazing. I apologize to say that our time has gone by so quickly here. But I want to move on to your video presentation, and then we'll come back and we will speak with Mr. William Taylor about the IB program and those choices as well. All right?
Thank you.
The International Baccalaureate Diploma was an easy choice for St Andrews when we were deciding what our pre-university qualification should be. It offers such a diversity in the program students can follow. That really allows every student the chance to find something that's exactly right for them as an individual.
I wasn't sure where I wanted to go after school, so I felt like IB was a better choice and course to do because it was more broad.
I am someone who likes studying a lot of things. I don't like just studying one particular subject. IB offers you to do extended essays, IAs, TOK, which is a completely new subject for me. So these things I thought would be very beneficial when I go to university.
I do believe that when it comes to school, it's not just about academics and studying and making sure you get all those grades, but it's also about caring for yourself and your community. So I really enjoyed the idea that IB offers that.
Learning an IB subject is a student-led process that's about much more than just acquiring knowledge. Students explore each subject using communication, collaboration, research and thinking skills, with the support of their teachers to direct and guide the way.
To be a good learner, you should have the ability to question everything you study. Knowing how you learn something can help you change the way you learn something.
It's a very diverse course because you have to take language, arts, science, and maths. And with that, even if the career path you choose will use only one of those areas, you still have knowledge of the other areas as well.
It gives you the option to choose subjects and subject choices and topics that you are more passionate about. Sometimes it doesn't feel like work because you're just enjoying it and it's almost like a hobby.
Structured in a way where it makes students independent. You set goals with your coordinator for yourself. When you meet them, you target your goals even higher, and throughout the year you get a feeling of achievement and success.
We encourage students to be the best they can be, and we know that for some students that means getting the top grades, and for other students it might just mean passing in a qualification or even just attending well and doing their best.
Something that I really enjoy is getting feedback from teachers. It's good to know where you're going wrong, where you're going right, and just for reassurance and knowing that you're on the right track.
If I keep thinking about work, I lose the opportunity to creatively think. So I'd make sure that I try to get rid of as much work as I can right at the start and leave a couple hours in a day just to relax and think about things I enjoy.
They don't just focus on our academics, but when they see some of us stressed, they'll ask, hey, are you okay? The fact that someone just is concerned for you is already like, wow, I think I can do this. It's motivation.
All of our students benefit from the supportive environment we offer at St Andrews, and the IB diploma complements this perfectly by providing our graduates with an internationally recognised qualification that's highly regarded by universities.
It will probably be the hardest thing that you've done up to now, but I believe that by the end of it you'll learn so much from it and be more sure about what you want to do in life.
The whole school is behind me, and with that motivation and determination I can really just get out there and do what I can, do my best and like give 100%.
Fantastic. Now we're back, and I think now I have to switch our overlay. So now we're focusing on Mr. William Taylor here, who's going to talk us through about the choices in the diploma program. Over to you, Mr. William.
Thank you, Stephen. Yes, I'm going to talk about choice in the IB diploma program. So to start off with, just to make sure everybody understands some key background, in the IB diploma, students will choose 6 subjects in total, but will select usually 3 of those to study at greater depth. And that means in their diploma, they'll have one area of focus, which for some students might be science and maths, but they'll continue to study other subjects in other subject areas, such as languages, so they continue developing their communication skills, and maybe humanities subjects, so they continue to understand the way individuals and societies act and interact in the world. So that background's quite important. What I'd really like to talk about over the next few minutes are a couple of things related to choice that I think make us at St Andrews stand out amongst the crowd, things that we're really proud of. So the first of those is our approach to subject selection in the diploma. Now, some schools I know will limit options for students to choose based on their previous grades or whether they've studied a particular subject before. And we know that prior attainment, it is a good indicator of future success, but we also know from many years of experience that a student's passion for a subject, their interest and their drive to do well is just as good a predictor for success. So for us, we allow students to choose their own subjects, even if maybe their previous grades haven't been as high as they might like. If we have a student in that situation and they choose that subject, then we will obviously make sure that we provide additional support so that whatever choice they make, they've still got a pathway to be successful. Now, the main students that probably benefit from this are students who might be joining our school at the start of the diploma programme, maybe from a different school, a different part of the world, from a different programme. So they might not have previously studied that subject. We don't want to close the door for them. We know if they've got a passion for that subject that they can do well, and we want to be the school that gives them that opportunity. Other students that really benefit, I think, from this approach are students who've maybe transferred into us over the last few years, again, maybe from a different school or a different programme. They may have moved around the world quite a lot. Their education might have been disrupted. That might mean their grades are a bit lower, but it doesn't mean they're any less capable of being successful by the end of a programme. And again, we want to give them the opportunity. We'll let them choose that subject, and then we'll make sure we support them in any way that's necessary. Now, what that results in, that is something I'm really proud of, and I think we're all proud of here, is classes full of students who are happy. They're happy because they've chosen their subjects, and when they're happy, they'll put effort in, and that effort is going to lead to success. So that's what we're about, and that's what it looks like. Now, we know occasionally that with a system like this, a student may still struggle to succeed despite all of the additional support that we put in. And I've heard some people argue that that means we should maybe have not let that student take that subject in the first place. But really, having worked with those students, knowing those students, I can say that that's absolutely wrong. We might have a student who at the end of the programme realises that actually the direction they want to take in their education is to shift focus from some subjects to different subjects. But they've made that decision for themselves. They've made that decision based on their experience of being given the chance and given the support, and nobody stopped them. So we know if that student does choose a different pathway for their university studies, then they've done that, they're happy about it, they're never going to look back and say, I wasn't given a chance. And because they've been studying the IB diploma, they've been studying 6 subjects, and they've got plenty of other areas that they can shift their direction into. So that's one of the things that I think really makes us special. That really defines the way that we work with students and we put students first. A second thing that I'd like to talk about in relation to choice in the diploma programme is about a new subject that we'll be offering at St Andrews from August. Now, already we offer one of the widest selection of subject combinations in Bangkok, but with a subject that we'll be introducing in August, that's going to increase significantly. Now, a little bit more background for everyone. The 6 subjects that students choose, they need to satisfy certain criteria. So 2 of those subjects need to be language subjects, and then students choose a humanities, a science, a maths, and then a 6th subject, which is either an arts subject or could be a second science or humanities. So some students will choose a completely balanced diploma, including an arts subject, science, humanities, and the rest. Some students might choose to double up on the sciences or double up on the humanities and have a more focused diploma like that. Now, from August, we're introducing a new subject, which is brand new to the IB, called Language and Culture. And language and culture is a study of the way language helps to define different cultures, and the way language is treated differently in different cultural contexts. Now, it's not a study of any particular language or culture. Students don't need to be able to speak any of the languages and cultures, languages from the cultures that they're studying, and it's delivered, taught and learned in English. Now, it's a really fascinating subject in its own right, and we've got quite a few students very excited to take it starting in August. But as well as it being a fascinating subject in its own right, we've got another group of students who are very excited about this new option because it actually increases the combinations of subjects available. Now, the reason for that is that it qualifies as both a language subject and a humanities subject, because it's a study of both language and culture. Now, what that means is it satisfies some of the requirements for subject selection, in fact, satisfies language and humanities at the same time, which gives students one extra free choice for their subjects. So because of this new subject, it opens up possibilities, including students being able to take 3 sciences as a part of their diploma, which is something that was never available anywhere in the world before this new subject was introduced. Our students might now be able to take 2 sciences and an arts, or 2 humanities and an arts. So as well as the students choosing it simply because it's interesting, we've also got students choosing it because it allows them to now take a diploma with 3 sciences, and that would look something like students choosing English or a different first language, and then they take the language and culture course, and then 3 sciences and maths, and that would be their 6 subjects. So we've got students choosing English, language and culture, maths, and then biology, chemistry, physics, and those might be students who are aspiring medics. We've got students choosing physics, chemistry, and design technology who might be looking towards engineering as a pathway. And we've also got students taking the option to do maybe physics, design technology, and visual arts, and they might be some of our aspiring architects. So there's a huge number of combinations that suddenly become available with this new subject, that we're very excited because it just means that our students have got more choice because we're able to offer the extra flexibility. So this subject is now going to be available from August. It's the very first year it's available anywhere in the world. It's only available in a small number of schools. There's less than 30 schools around the world who are able to offer this course. We're really lucky to have been selected to be one of those schools that will offer it, and we'll be the only those small number of schools will be offering it for the next 4 years. So we're over the moon at the opportunities that we can offer our students as a result of this.
Fantastic. Thank you for that introduction. I really appreciate you putting that new program on the table there. We have a couple of questions for you both, and I'd like to use those as our opportunity to wrap up this. But continuing on the IB, does a student have to do the IB, or can they choose a different pathway other than the IB?
So at St Andrews, the majority of our students choose the IB diploma. We promote that with students, most because of all the programs that we have on offer. That's the one that opens the most number of doors to university and careers and wherever a student may want to go on to. But we do offer other programs at St Andrews. We offer students to choose a combination of IB subjects and BTEC subjects. We're actually a candidate school at the moment for the IB career-related program, so we will probably be offering that from August as well as another expansion in our programs. And then we also have our programs for students with additional learning needs. Bartek spoke earlier about our Embracing Differences program, and our students within that program can follow a very bespoke program that will not include any IB subjects, but will still allow students to graduate from St Andrews at the same time as everybody else on the same stage, having worked just as hard.
Thank you. Ms. Bartek, last questions for you, and this is a question from a woman named Nada Hamaruchi. She's asking, she'd like to ask about school community, as she saw mostly Thai students in the video. Could you talk a little bit about the diversity on your community?
Sure. So we have we don't have we have about 63 nationalities the last time I checked within the school, and about 45% Thai families within the school. So it is quite a nice mix in general within our community. Although we don't we don't have a fixed quota of nationalities within the school. I think our top 5 nationalities are well, of course, Thai, British, Indian, American, Japanese, I think are our top 5 nationalities. But of course, with 63 different nationalities, it's going to be a small percentage of a lot of different countries. I think in any one year group, you'll always find 35 to 40 different nationalities. We love our long-term families. I think it's always really nice. That's how we build our community, by even our international families are ones who are here oftentimes for the long haul. And it means that the children, the friends that they make are friends that they'll get to keep for quite a long time. And then, of course, living in Bangkok, there's always going to be some of the families that are here for 3-4 years and part of a diplomatic mission, or maybe here placed by multinational companies. So there's always going to be a small percentage of families who are here just for that shorter time. Our teachers, generally, of course, from the UK, and of course, in the foreign languages that we offer, we would have the native speakers from those countries.
Fantastic. Mr. Bartek, Mr. William, thank you so much for taking time out of your morning to speak with us today. Really appreciate it. We will direct any other questions to you, and I wish you the best for your rest of your day.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
All right, we have our next school coming up, which is Wellington College International Bangkok. Wellington College Bangkok follows the British curriculum to provide an exceptional pioneering education, empowering and preparing each child to navigate an unpredictable and ever-evolving world with confidence, passion, intellectual rigor, and emotional intelligence. As part of the prestigious Wellington family, founded in 1859, students are inspired to explore their interests both inside and outside the classroom. Students are encouraged to be intellectual, independent, inclusive, inspired, and individual. Every child is different, and every child will realize their potential. They will follow their own pathway throughout their school life, a pathway to leading universities across the world and to becoming a responsible global citizen across the world, and becoming a pathway to leading universities across the world and to becoming a responsible global citizen who will help shape a better world. Sorry about that. And my guest for this particular aspect is Miss Jane Forster. Very nice to meet you, Miss Jane. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you, Stephen. Nice to see you.
I apologize for missing the last sentence there in the opening statement there for Wellington College.
It's okay. I don't think I need to speak because you said it really well yourself. There's nothing there for me to say. You've encapsulated it.
Well, but that's actually my first question, though. I want to offer you the opportunity that we've heard from the other schools is earlier this morning. We have the marketing blurb now. We know what is all encapsulated there. But for you, as the director of admissions and marketing, as someone inside the school, as someone who interacts with the students and the teachers and the parents every day, what's it mean to be at Wellington?
It's a great question. And actually, I was just talking to a family this morning about, I've been in the international schools world as a parent and working for, nearly 15 years now. And what really makes Wellington different to me is whenever I walk around the school, either on my own or with a new family, how amazingly happy all the children are. They smile, they're engaged. The parents who I was talking to this morning said that this was the first school they'd been to where kids ran up to them and said hello and welcomed them. And I think that's exactly what we want, and what we have in this community is that people are so welcoming, that everyone is happy. They can't wait to get through the doors. They're running into the doors in the morning. They're in the playground. Many for a long time after the school finishes at the end of the day. So yeah, I think it's just about a school where people feel happy to be here. They're happy because they're doing something that they really love all day long.
Fantastic. That's wonderful. Talk to me about the size of the campus and the student body.
Okay, campus is in Krungthep Kritha, so we have the luxury of space. We are 70 rai or 28 acres, and we are located next to the Unico golf course. So actually, it looks like there's green as far as the eye can see, which is pretty good in Bangkok. The campus was set up for a 2018 opening. We have a big junior school building which has children in from the age of 2 through to 11. Then we have a brand new senior school building which opened in the autumn of 2021. And that currently has students from year 7 through to year 10. We're growing organically from the bottom up. So next year we'll have a year 11, and then the following year we will open a sixth form. We also have our extremely big sports hall, 2 swimming pools, one of them's Olympic size, and then we have our big theatre, which when I first came here, I used to be able to say we get the whole school in here, but we've grown so much that we now have to split them up into different areas of the school. So it's a really impressive, lovely campus. And I can safely say that in our current prospectus, the master says, don't read the prospectus, just come and see us. And I think that would really sum up when people walk through the door and they think, oh my goodness, this is in Bangkok. It's really a lovely, welcoming place, and we have the real luxury of space.
Fantastic. You've seen, or maybe you've heard, that there have been quite a few questions about the diversity of the student body, the different nationalities and whatnot. Can you talk to me about that?
Yeah, of course. We are we're slightly different here because of our location. So we are surrounded by a very big and growing residential area. So we have lots of lovely mubans around here. So in many ways we have the luxury of being an international school and almost a local school as well. Many of our students live within a 5-kilometer radius of school. There's a real community feel. The split of the students, definitely, I would say we're around 75% Thai, 25% international. But for us, I consider that to be something to be really proud of. All of our parents have chosen us because we are an international school, because it's cosmopolitan, because it's global. We have scenarios where they may, of course, be different passport holders, but they will have English as a native language or English as a first language, families who have beautiful and diverse backgrounds and English as their spoken language. So their choice to come to a British school, to an international school, I think is the right one to come somewhere like Wellington, because it isn't about just having every student looking completely different at the front of the classroom. It's about an attitude. It's about an ambition. Of course, I had somebody in the last school saying that all the teachers are native English speakers, come from the UK, and that is very true of Wellington as well. The vast majority of our teachers come from the UK and are experienced at teaching the English national curriculum and the early years curriculum, both in the UK and around the world. So I think it's a combination of many factors that make us international, and I really try not to be hung up on where people's passports come from. I think it's very much the attitude of the modern international school.
So take me down to the class size level. What's kind of student teacher ratio? What kind of class sizes do you have on campus?
Okay, we have, it varies depending on the year group. Again, I think this might be similar in other schools. In our pre-nursery classes, we have 4 pre-nursery classes with 15 students in each, and slightly higher as you go through early years. In reception, we currently have 18 or 19 students. And then years 1 to 6, we have 23 students, and in senior school, it's around 25.
Okay, fantastic.
And we also, as well as the teacher is obviously supported by ALTs or learning assistants who make sure that there are always a very good proportion of adults to children in the room at any one time, so we can attend to different needs and different stages of each of the children.
I was just going to say, can you dive a little deeper about learning support and how that follows through from early years all the way through maybe into the older years as well?
yeah, our learning support are just truly invaluable. We have class ALTs, so our learning assistants, and we have 3 of those who support the teacher in pre-nursery. So we very much follow the British standard for this. And then all the way up to the specialist ALTs that we have in senior schools. So for example, our head of art has a learning assistant who supports her in everything that she does within the classroom. So he is helping with displays, he's helping with mounting the artwork, supporting teaching part of the additional activities. So they're a hugely important part of the staff of Wellington, and without them the teachers couldn't be amazing teachers, and the children wouldn't have the experience that they have.
And you said that you have grown a lot recently and that you're part of this residential area. Talk to me about what the next, the near term, the next 1, 2, 3 years look like in terms of the development of the school, development of curriculum, new programs, maybe new activities, anything like that.
Okay, well, the biggest thing for us in terms of growth is that next year will be our first year of taking IGCSE exams. So I think that really is the big focus for us. We have a year 10 who are the oldest year group right now. They will go into year 11, and with that they'll be taking their Cambridge and EdExcel IGCSEs. So we will then become a full 2 to 16 through school. And after that, in 2024, we'll open our first year 12. With that, we are developing the buildings and the campus. We still have ground that we are developing. Our senior school has been built in I encourage everyone to come and see the senior school because it's beautiful. And we've built it so at the moment we're using 3 floors. But it's built so we can open, and in August we'll be opening a 4th floor, which is actually on the 3rd floor, and then we have 2 more stories which we can open as the school numbers grow. Because we are now essentially full in our early years and places are very limited even in 2024 now, so we encourage everyone to apply early for 2024 and 2025 in those early years. All of those bigger year groups are coming through and going into the senior schools. So we will grow the campus and grow the facilities, grow the learning environments to respond to those needs.
You were well to note that you have an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Can you talk to me about some of the ECAs, the sports activities, the intramurals that happen between the other schools in Bangkok, those types of things? Not only the breadth, but maybe sort of the opportunities and challenges that students can have?
Yeah, absolutely. We love our Olympic-sized swimming pool, and we have the most amazing director of swimming. And so if you're a swimmer, then there are many opportunities to be part of our elite competitive squad, our development squad, and just to swim for fun. That's really, really important. So swimming is one of our big after-school activities. It's football season this term, so we have boys and girls teams from the under 9s, under 11s, under 13s, under 15s. So football's huge. Basketball got super competitive in term 1. Our students compete with other local schools and all of our sports teachers. We have a new director of sports this year, Helen Matthews, who is just fantastic and is really developing other challenges, wanting to develop a netball team and really looking for opportunities with other schools. So we say to every new family that there are huge amounts of opportunities. One evening you might be in the under 15 girls playing football, and at the weekend you might be at the Martins Cup or at Bangkok Prep doing the Bulldog Cup. Lots and lots of opportunities if you're sporting. And our table tennis teams, for example, are being coached by a national team coach at the moment on a Saturday. We have archery, we have dance, we have gymnastics, lots and lots of golf. Our director of golf would not be happy if I didn't mention him. So Coach Michael has a brilliant team of really great golfers. They're just amazing. And we have 6, 7-year-olds who put quite a lot of adults to shame. So we always say to every new family, every new student, whatever your passion, we have something for you. And if we don't have it, help us create it. You know, we've got a new communications team in the senior school, and they now have their own newspaper. They've created a student newspaper in junior school as well. You know, we didn't have netball, so the girls said we need a netball team, and they made it happen. We had a student come in recently. We weren't doing MUN, we're now doing MUN. It will grow as we grow. And if we don't do it now, we'll find a way to do it.
Fantastic. On that note, it is once again amazing how quick 10 minutes goes by, but I can't thank you enough for taking time out of your morning. Well, I guess it's your afternoon at this stage to speak with us, but thank you for talking to us about Wellington, and we're going to show your video now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
'Cause I'm in the stars tonight, so watch me bring the fire, set the night alight.
Shoes on, get up in the morning, cup of milk, let's rock and roll. King Kong, kick the drum and the bop da da bop down. Sing song while I'm walking home, jump up to the top of the run. Ding dong, call me on my phone, and I got a ping pong.
This is getting heavy, can you hear the bass boom? I'm ready. Life's sweet as honey, yeah, this beat chicken like honey. Disco overload, I'm into that. I'm good to go, I'm down, but you know I glow up. Let's go.
'Cause I'm in the stars tonight,
so watch me bring the fire, set the night alight.
shining through the city with a little fucking soul.
So I'ma light it up
like dynamite.
Bring a friend, join the crowd, whoever wanna come along. Word up, talk the talk, let's move like we're on the phone. Day and night, skies alight, dance to the break of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the medicines, you should keep your eyes on the ball. This is getting heavy, can you hear the bass boom? I'm ready. Life is sweet as honey, yeah, this beat cha-ching like honey. Disco overload, I'm into that, I'm good to go, I'm down, but you know I glow up. 'Cause I'm in the stars tonight, watch me bring the fire, set the night alight. Shining through the city with a little fucking soul. I'ma light it up like dynamite. Na 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 na, light is dynamite. Na 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 na,
Life is dynamite, shining through the city with a little fucking soul.
so I'ma light it up like dynamite. Oh, yeah.
Okay, that is our that was Wellington, and we have our next school here in Bangkok International Preparatory and Secondary School. So Bangkok Prep is one of the leading international schools in Thailand and is currently celebrating its 20th year of success. The program of study is based on the national curriculum for England, demonstrating high quality education to students from nursery to year 13. The school offers a rigorous IGCSE program to year 10 and year 11 students as a precursor to A-levels. A wide range of Oxford International, Cambridge International, and other approved A-levels are available to study in year 12 and year 13. BTEC is also an offer in combination with A-levels or as a standalone curriculum for sixth form students. As a school committed to sustainability, Bangkok Prep was the first international school in Thailand to be awarded the Green Flag, which is the highest status by the International Eco School Organization. The Forest Campus, located in the Green Lung of Bangkok, Bang Kachau, is Bangkok Prep's first headquarters for sustainability and environmental education, reaffirming their commitment to education for sustainability. The Forest Campus supports students' discovery and connection with nature and offers fantastic opportunities to enrich their curriculum with activities and programs. Without further ado, we do not have a speaker for this one, and so we're going to go right into their video. I give you Bangkok Prep.
Bangkok Prep's vision statement is to be an outstanding learning community which is internationally minded and inspiring all members to achieve their potential. We are an independent school, and every year our results and the quality of education we offer gets better and better.
I see my job at the secondary school making sure that every single person here has the ability and the potential to achieve their own potential. But it also means working with our talented teachers from all around the world to make sure that they are able to bring their talents and to use those to guide the students through their pathway from secondary all the way up to university application. The other thing that we also absolutely focus on is ensuring that whatever your potential might be, sports, creative arts, academically, leadership, service-based, that you have the chance to reach that potential.
So as a school, we recognise that developing the child as a whole beyond the national curriculum is vital to a child's education. Each week we have 136 ECAs available for our children to access.
The thing that makes us an outstanding learner community is our commitment to developing all members of our community. And we do this through our curriculum, training sessions, staff and workshop for parents, making sure that everyone who's part of the Bangkok Prep community develops and grows with us.
Well, our curriculum has all the rigour of the national curriculum for England. We also adapt it for the context we're in so that it serves the needs of our community. For us, it's about putting young people out into the world who are going to do things to change the world for the better. So to us, what students learn on a human level is just as important as how they do in their exams. We've got a huge range of subjects. When we plan the curriculum, the key word for us is pathway. It's about putting students on the right pathway for them.
The quality of our teaching staff, they're incredibly committed and incredibly hardworking, and they really do every day go the extra mile to make sure that our students have the best possible opportunities. It's really uplifting as a member of staff to see yourself every day working with really dedicated colleagues.
There are really exciting times here at Bangkok Prep at the moment with our outstanding world-class facilities, our expansion of our staff who are specialising throughout our vast range of sports. We're very lucky to have strength and conditioning coaches and a wraparound care that ensure that all our athletes reach their potential.
There are a lot of roles in this school, such as eco-team, which makes the school be more eco-friendly and also to help the school reuse and recycle more.
We are one of the first schools in Thailand to get the eco flag, and we're all very proud of it.
What is really unique about Bangkok Prep is the sense of ambitions across all community members, from students, staff, and even our supportive parents. And I think that Bangkok Prep has provided me with the correct guidelines of where I want to do in my future.
Because their unconditional support and love for their students is truly unique at Bangkok Prep to make sure everyone excels and propels into the future.
The Forest campus is Bangkok Prep's first headquarters for sustainability and environmental education. It is a stunning location located in Bang Krachao. Our class teachers plan cross-curricular visits to the Forest campus, allowing our students to explore, discover and learn in the great outdoors. The Forest Campus provides us with a setting that our community can authentically develop their knowledge and understanding whilst exploring the 4 pillars within our vision for sustainability: education, environment, well-being for all, and leadership for the future.
Fantastic. And as with, we have our another promotion for exclusive to everybody attending the summit today from Bangkok Prep, and that is 50% off the placement fee for successful candidates to Bangkok Prep, which is a value of 10,000 Thai baht. So if you're watching the summit now and you go and apply, you can ask for this special promotion as well. Moving on to our next school, we have a few more left. We have St. Andrews International School in Sathorn. St. Andrews International School, Sathorn, is a small community-based school set within the central business district of Bangkok. Sathorn is a primary school offering students aged 2 to 11 years a balanced and enriched English national curriculum within a safe, happy, and inspiring environment. The focus is on developing positive attitudes to learning and starting to prepare children with skills for their future. Sathorn prides itself on academic excellence and has been awarded consecutively for 10 years a gold rating from the Education Development Trust for being an outstanding school. Set within a beautiful heritage building, their classrooms are bright and stimulating, enabling a full creative curriculum to be assessed, and they offer many facilities, including a 25-meter swimming pool. St. Andrews Sathorn community is proud to be part of the global Cognita family of schools, a school network of around 100 schools in 16 countries. And without further ado, let's watch their video. And our final promotion of the evening is from St. Andrews International School in Sathorn. For people who are attending the summit now and who see this, they're offering a waiver of 100% of enrollment fees for anyone who applies this at St. Andrews International Sathorn. So thank you very much to them for that. And you can give them a call to make that happen. Our final school today is St. Stephen's International School. The international school, where the aim is to provide a truly international education whilst maintaining the values and customs that are so important to the Thai community. East certainly does meet West at St. Stephen's International School in the best possible way. St. Stephen's is located on Vibhavadi Road, the British curriculum for boys and girls aged 2 to 18 for all over 25 years of educating future leaders. In the early years, St. Stephen's believes in the importance of building a strong foundation for children to begin lifelong learning along with respecting themselves and others. Remember, children play as a rehearsal of life. And without further ado, here's St. Stephen's video.
Hello, I'm Miss Sophie, the Early Years Manager at St. Stephen's International School. Within the early years setting, we really do follow the East meets West standard that's set out by the school. Within the Western lessons, we follow the British Early Years Development Matters curriculum. This focuses not only on 7 areas of learning to prepare them for the subjects as they go up into Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2. In the primary school, we also look at the characteristics of effective learning, the skills that set out a lifelong love of learning. At St. Stephen's, we also have the opportunity for families to come and join our parent and toddler sessions. These sessions are on 3 times a week and provide the opportunity for families of children aged 1 to 2.5 to come and experience the school and prepare them for when they join us.
The parent-toddler playgroup has been a wonderful experience for Ella as well as us as the parents to introduce her into her community of toddlers and learn about herself and the world around her. So thank you, St. Stephen's, for having us. It's been a great experience.
From the age of 2.5, children can come and join the school's nursery. Within the nursery, the children begin to learn through play. They explore a range of areas of learning within the classroom, including small world, water and sand. This gives them the opportunity to understand the way the world works and to explore through play together. Children get 2 playtimes a day within our air-conditioned space, the shared area.
สวัสดีค่ะสำหรับการจัดการเรียนการสอนภาษาไทยในระดับอนุบาลนะคะจะเน้นทางด้านการเรียนการสอนให้กับนักเรียนทุกวันนะคะสำหรับกิจกรรมนั้นเราจะเน้นในเรื่องของทักษะการพัฒนาทางด้านการฟังพูดอ่านเขียนนะคะโดยนักเรียนสามารถที่จะสะกดและอ่านคำ 1-2 พยางค์ได้นะคะทั้งนี้เพื่อเป็นการปูพื้นฐานความรู้ให้กับนักเรียนที่จะเรียนในระดับประถมศึกษาค่ะ
Welcome to KG class.
As the children move to KG, learning becomes a little bit more structured. The children will still do most of their learning through play. However, we will begin to start introducing phonics sessions, reading sessions, and more structured numeracy lessons.
Welcome to Raymond class. Welcome to reception classroom.
Reception is the last stage of early years in this school, and within this year, the children get more prepared to move into the primary. This will mean that the phonics sessions become more based on writing sentences. The children will read at home every night.
This is the Emerald class. Our teacher is Miss K.
And their learning will become a bit more like they do in primary. We do still promote all of our learning as a play-based approach so that children get to deepen their understanding and follow their own interests at every stage within early years.
现在我在幼儿园教学生汉语，我的教学方法是为学生创造一个自由快乐的环境，鼓励和吸引小孩跟教师和同学学汉语，让他们体验学汉语的乐趣。我也会通过语言、动作和表情结合，让孩子从视觉、听觉去感受语言，让孩子们爱上汉语。
All of the children throughout early years get a PE session weekly. Some of the sessions are taught by the early years staff, and then some of the sessions are taught by the specialist PE teachers. Children will have a weekly swimming session. They get the opportunity to take part in extracurricular activities after school. Some of these are delivered by the classroom staff, such as the teaching assistants and teachers or the specialist teachers. However, there are some available from outside providers. We hope to welcome you soon and look forward to meeting you all at St. Stephen's.
And there you have it, folks. That is day one of the 2023 Virtual School Summit from BKK Kids. My name is Stephen Laddick. I'm the director here at BKK Kids. Thank you very much for joining us, for sticking around, for taking part, for asking questions. Really appreciate it. And remember tomorrow that we have another session with all of the American International Baccalaureate and other curriculums that are not British schools who will be participating with us. This is what many of them look like. Again, I will not try to put all of the school names on the table right now, but come by and join us. Today we saw these schools. We saw these British schools. You can see them listed here on your screen: Bangkok Patana, Bangkok International Prep, Brighton College, British International School, King's College International, Regents International in Pattaya, and Regent International in Bangkok, Shrewsbury in both the city campus and the Riverside campus, St. Andrews International School, Bangkok, St. Andrews International School in Sathorn, St. Stephen's International School, and Wellington College International in Bangkok. I want to remind everyone as well, if you're wondering what to do with your kids on the weekend or what to do, during those school breaks, during those holiday breaks, come over to BKK Kids or chiangmaikids.com and get the 2022 activity camps guide, but pretty soon it will be the 2023 activity and camps guide that is a curated edition of all of the best activities and camps across Bangkok and beyond. And also, if you are here, you're watching right now, come over to BKK Kids or Chiang Mai Kids and get a copy of the 2023 BKK Kids International School Guide. It's more than 150 pages of all of the details that you need to know about each of these schools, not only the ones that we're featuring here, but so many more. Everything from curriculum to tuition to campus to extracurriculars and much, much more. Finally, those people who are going to be winning these promotions, watch your email after tomorrow, because we'll be randomly selecting people for these 50-pound gift cards from Amazon for the 8 tickets to Vananava in Bangkok, and then my personal favorite, that one luxury night giveaway at the So Bangkok downtown. I will leave you with a thank you. Thank you very much for joining us today. Remember, if you're looking for a school, we also offer a service that is a school selector service. So it's a kind of a white glove service where we help you to find and choose a school in Bangkok. Come over to BKK Kids. You can see us there. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, at bkkkids.com or at chiangmaikids.com, or just email us at info@bkkkids.com. We're happy to tell you all about that school selector service. But until then, we'll see you tomorrow.